Okay, I'll get after that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and start this meeting. Please rise and join us to the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is that better? Okay. Thank you all for coming this evening. We're happy and excited to have you here this evening. We are going to start with our trustee oath of office, but I'm first going to just read you some information about each of our 3 new trustees that are joining this board with us. So Tracy Pearson is a registered nurse and holds a bachelor's degree in psychology. Her husband is a trauma ICU nurse. She is a proud mother of 3 grown children. She has 2 daughters in college, and her son is a Marine. Her education has allowed her to advocate for foster children and their families in the social work setting and patients and their families in hospital and home settings. Tracy put herself through nursing school as a single mom and has instilled this important work ethic in her children. She's learned through nursing and social work the importance of family first, understanding the power in the family, and that children are our most precious gift from God. Next, Brook Taylor. She is a community proprietor, and she is a 3rd-generation Idahoan and a proud alumna of the district. She has 4 children who are either currently in or have attended schools within the district. As a community proprietor, she understands her responsibility to serve. She has been actively involved in the NHS boosters for the last 5 years and had the honor to serve as project graduation president in 2020. Her community outreach includes charitable contributions for our families and youth, sponsorships, and connections. She believes our children to be our most valuable asset. She understands the core role families play and the value of a teacher. Her hope is to leave this world a bit better than she found it. And finally, Jeff Kirkham. He is an IBOC program manager. He has had extended family living in Nampa for almost forever and has lived here for about 30 years. He and his wife, Gretchen, have 5 kiddos, 2 who have graduated from and 3 currently attending Nampa schools. He has been employed for 20+ years with the Idaho Department of Correction and has served in various leadership roles, including institution warden in Pocatello. He currently oversees and manages all mentoring, volunteer, and religious activities through the state. He is vice chair for Nampa City Planning and Zoning Commission and has been a commissioner for the past 4 years, and also served on the Idaho Governor's Council for Suicide Prevention. His focus is in education, and experience has been in government, public policy and procedure, training and development, legal, contract administration, and monitoring, conflict resolution, and education with a secondary teaching certificate. Thank you for helping me welcome these 3 trustees to our board. And we will now recite the oath of office. If you'll just repeat after me. You'll just, oh, sorry.
Is this all together? Or?
Yes, all together. I do swear. That I support the Constitution of the United States.
That I support the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Idaho,
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Idaho,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
all the duties of the office of trustee
all the duties of the office of trustee
of Nampa School District number 131
of Nampa School District number 131
in Canyon County, state of Idaho,
in
Canyon County, state of Idaho,
as required by law to the best of my ability.
as required by law to the best of our ability.
I'm sure you all, the three of you have seen that we've made it a practice here at Nampa to read our mission and vision statement at the start of each meeting to align us and remind us why we're all here. So we'll start with the mission statement. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student.
vision statement.
Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life. Excellent, thank you guys. Next, our student spotlight. We will have Scott Knock from Willow Creek, please.
So these things more often, we get a round of applause. Thank you. Just real quick, we wanted to bring some of our students and just show a little bit what we do. When we became a one-to-one school about 7 years ago now, I think it was 6 or 7. Anyway, we realized the need for a student tech team. Student tech team seemed like a boring name, so we left it up to the kids and they chose Donut Hackers. So tonight, that name's just stuck. So tonight we have our Donut Hacker crew, at least a few of them here. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Allison Payton, who's our advisor, and she's the one that actually does all the hard work with these kiddos. So Allison.
Thank you very much. I'll invite the kids up here. But they're going to need to be able to see what they're reading. So just in the order that you are. So like Mr. Knopf said, I'm Allison Payton. I am the instructional coach and blended learning specialist at Willow Creek Elementary. And this is about a third of our team. We've got about 20 fifth grade students. And they applied to be a part of this team when they were at the end of their 4th grade year. So last year, and they came recommended by their 4th grade teachers. So we're gonna play the slide and then they're gonna read. Gavin, you want to come over here? So I have Gavin first.
We are 5th grade students from Willow Creek Elementary.
And this is Bryson.
We applied to be part of this team when we are 4th grade.
And Malachi. Esther.
We are in charge of cleaning all the iPads in the school.
Maya, are you next?
Organize iPad charging cords and keep the cords clean.
Emmy.
We help younger students.
And Ashley.
We work together and have a lot of.
So this is brand new. This is how the teachers are going to request their help for the rest of this year. So it's just a forms, and if teachers need extra hands in their room to to help with new apps or getting kindergartners logged into stuff, they can request the Donut Hackers help. So it can be more than just cleaning the iPads. Are there any questions? Anybody have any questions?
I do. How did you come up with the name Donut Hackers? And do you get donuts?
Do we get donuts?
Yes.
Is that why you came up with the name Donut Hackers? So you can get donuts?
So the name, I believe, came 7 or so years ago when the team belonged to Karen Dillon. That was her team, her baby, and the first group named it the Donut Hackers. I think they got donuts and they were under the impression if they put that in the name, they would keep getting donuts, and we keep getting donuts, so yeah.
Do you guys help your parents download apps too?
So I missed some of the
Sometimes.
things I couldn't see on the form. What are some of the things that you guys will help other teachers with?
We will help other teachers with, if they have new apps that we need it, that they need to install. And also we help if they need extra hands on something.
Cool, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
So cool. I want to. Thank you guys so much for coming. And yeah, if you are gonna leave now, it's a good time. Thank you guys for being here. Great work.
Yes, I love it.
So next on our agenda, this is the first regular meeting of this calendar year. And so it will look slightly different, but we start with our election of our chair. So if anyone would like to put a nomination out there, and the nomination does not require a second, but you can nominate and then we can speak and discuss those, and then there will be a vote.
I'd like to nominate Jeff.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I think that Jeff brings a lot of knowledge from his time served on the Planning and Zoning Committee and in his leadership role. And I think from watching the board for the last few years, I think that we could really use his expertise and his skills in that position.
Any other discussion from folks?
I agree with the nomination, and also I think that I think he was voted in for change, and I think that it would be something that the community would honor.
We make other nominations? Or is it just one nomination?
One nomination at a time.
Got it.
Yep. I will say, I mean, I think you do bring a lot of experience, Jeff. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited for all of you to be here because you all bring different experiences to this board to make us a strong team. I worry about being brand new. I think that's been part of our challenges. We've been a really young board for many, many years now. And it's not that I don't necessarily disagree with what Trustee Taylor was saying that we need experience, but part of it is we've had with several inexperienced chairs. And so I don't know that I'm in full support.
Jeff clearly has some strength. My one concern is that the amount of information there is to know on the district is, and you have good understanding of some things that are happening in the state, and that's very helpful. But there's such a fire hose of information to learn early on. That's a concern I have.
I also always like to ask, is this something you're interested
Oh,
in?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm glad you asked that question. No. everything that you guys said, especially, yes, you know, that's always a concern coming in, someone coming in new and there is that fire hose of information. But, yeah, I'll accept the nomination.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a vote. And if I remember right, it's roll call, correct? Or no, can we just vote? Can you just vote? Okay. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. It passes 3-2.
Just set up camp here.
I know.
No, it's all right. I'd rather be in the middle so I can see. I don't know, I'm asking.
Yep. Oh, I should, on my. Thank you.
Find my place again. All right, well, this is my turn. Next item on the agenda is the election of vice chair. There's all items that are required by statute. So the next item on the agenda is going to be nomination and election of vice chair. Do I have any nominations?
Chair Kirkman. I nominate trustee Kip for vice chair.
Trustee Kip's been nominated. Any discussion?
I,
Go ahead. Trustee Simpson.
sorry,
No, that's
somebody
okay.
else
Go ahead.
first.
Go ahead.
I just, because of that experience piece, I know Mike has some experience in how not only agenda planning, but then just the nuances of the district and how things work and operate, and relying on his experience to add. And I think you both would make a good team, the two of you together.
Any other discussion or nomination? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of trustee Kemp as vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay. Oh,
Or nay?
okay.
Okay, that nomination and motion failed, so we need another nomination for vice chair.
So I would like to nominate Tracy Pearson as vice chair. And would you like me to speak to that motion? I just feel like that's what coming up.
So trustee Taylor has nominated trustee Pearson as vice chair. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I do believe that there is a community connection that we are lacking when it comes to planning our meetings. I think that we have a blind spot, and I feel that trustee Pearson will bring a lot of clarity to that in those discussions, meetings, and agenda planning.
Any other comment, discussion on the nomination? Hearing none, call for a vote on the nomination of trustee Pearson for vice chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Ayes have it. That carries. So trustee Pearson is our vice chair for this year. So I'm gonna, as chair, I'm gonna change, I'm gonna do something a little bit different. Don't worry, it's not completely. I would like to recess for about 10 minutes because we have some folks here that I think came to see the swearing in, the nomination, and the election of the new board. I doubt that they want to spend the next 18 hours with us in this meeting. So what I would like to do is just break for like 5-10 minutes. I know some people want to get some pictures, but I would also like to reorganize this table up here so that the vice chair sits on the right of the chair. I also would want, do you have any preference on where you would like to sit before we It is. All right. So, if Mike, trustee Kip, sorry, I gotta get used to the trustee Kips. The trustee Kip and trustee Pearson, when we break for 5-10 minutes, would you please swap places, and then this will be how the board will be set. Also, if anyone wants to take pictures, if you want to congratulate before you leave or anything like that, that's what that break is for. So we will come back to this table in 10 minutes. What time is it? I'm sorry. 7 o'clock. We'll be right back here, 7 o'clock at this table. Thank you. I appreciate the indulgence. So we can get people out who wanted to go and snap a couple of pictures. I was looking at the agenda also and the policy 1200, which is the annual organization meeting. And I wanted to change just a little bit of how this is set up in the agenda, just to align with the policy. It's very simple. The policy 1200, which is the Nampa School District Policy 1200, is the annual organization meeting, and it lays out elect from among its members, chairperson and vice chairperson, appoint a clerk and treasurer, and review and discuss policy 1600, board members' ethics and conduct, review Idaho Code 33-512, school board powers and duties, determine meeting schedule for upcoming year, and appoint legal counsel. So that's how we're going to proceed according to what's in the policy. So it's just a little bit of an adjustment to this call to order section of the agenda. So the next item on the agenda, according to that, is election of board clerk. So just to start the discussion, we received a memo from Superintendent Miller of the district administration that Ms. Tammy Wallen has decided to not serve in that capacity this next year. And I know I haven't served with Tammy that long, Ms. Wallen that long, but I want to publicly extend my appreciation for what you've done in the short amount of time that we've worked together. Any questions, whether they were stupid or not, you responded to them, and I appreciate that. And does anyone else have a comment or something they'd like to say about it?
Yeah, I'll just say, Tammy, I'm so grateful for your work for these 30 months that I've been a part of the board, and just your commitment to the board and to the kids of our district.
Well, the short time that I've known you and the few interactions, you've been very kind and helpful, so thank you.
So I swallowed my gum. Not that that belongs right here. I'm just telling you, I'm choking to death up here in front of you all. I didn't want to be chomping on it, but I also too want to say, Tammy, that even though I haven't served with you long, I think that anybody that has gone through anything from 2020 until now in the capacity that you have, no matter what, has to have strength and resilience. So I really do appreciate you putting that time in, but I appreciate more letting us know that you're ready to move on. I think that sometimes that's harder. I get to spend a lot of my life in conversations, with people that I personally employ, and sometimes that's the hardest conversation of all, because no matter what, you're leaving something behind. So I just want you to know that I too acknowledge that, and I appreciate you as well. Sorry about the gum swallowing. I'm trying to better help that.
I just want to say thank you. You've been a huge asset to this district and this board for years. And on a personal note, I know I just have seen the hours that you've put in to help make things happen for this district. And I'm happy that, it is hard. I think anybody that's done anything in the last few years, it's really hard, but I am sad to see you go, but at the same time, I'm happy because I know you're going to be out playing golf. I love it.
And if I might clarify, I just want to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not leaving the district.
Correct.
Okay, so Tammy is not leaving the district. She's just leaving this position as board clerk. So she's still going to be working with Superintendent Miller and the district administration. So much appreciated. That would be a tough role to fill. So on that note, we need to look at appointing a board clerk, or any other discussion on that. I think there was a memo that was sent out by the superintendent.
I have a motion. If I move that we direct the district to post the position so we can look to fill.
You need a second?
Yes, but
Second.
so it's been motioned by Trustee Simpson to post that position to fill, and it's been seconded by Trustee Kipp. Is there any discussion on that motion?
So I do have some discussion on the motion. I've been doing my due diligence. I was given a lot of books, which I greatly appreciate, and I've had a lot of time to prepare. And after seeing Tammy's memo, something sparked in my mind, and I do believe that we have an opportunity on our hands. Like I've told you guys before, I spend a lot of my time searching out talent. I feel like it's my special skill. The longer that you guys get to know me, I'm always on the forefront of looking what can help any situation. So I actually have a different nomination that I would like to make
So we
tonight.
need that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so that being said, since Tammy has,
So, there's a motion on the table, it's been seconded, so we need to act on that motion. So we call for a vote. All in favor of trustee Simpson's motion? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Or nay?
Nay.
Okay, that motion is failed 3-2. We need another nomination for clerk or other. No.
yeah, sorry, I apologize. I'm learning my when to speak. Yeah. So that being said, we did get the memo early on. It was something that I had some time to think about. And I started thinking about what our district could really use. We do have somebody that I've had the opportunity to meet and follow the last few years who I would like to nominate. Her name is Chrissy Lamont. So I would like to nominate Chrissy Lamont. Her specialty is crisis and leadership management. She has worked for ISBA and recently parted ways. This is up her, like her alley or in her skill set. I do believe at this time that this would help with any type of conflict resolution, seeing COVID come across again. I do believe that our board is going to need help in that way. And I do believe that Chrissy would be a very, 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 very good candidate to fill that position. So I would like to nominate Chrissy Lamont.
Okay, it's been nominated Chrissy Lamont as board clerk. Motion has been made to nominate Chrissy Lamont as board clerk. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that motion? I do. I always got something to say.
So we don't know yet if this would be, it was recommended later that it's just a part-time position. So that's, I mean, that can be a subsequent issue to deal with, but I'm not sure what, what we're talking about exactly here besides appointing a clerk.
Right, I think it would be, if this motion passes the nomination and have Chrissy Lamont as our board clerk, I absolutely think it would be wise to ask those subsequent questions, follow up, because I don't know what the hours are, but I think that we can direct the new clerk to look into that, bring us back those hours, duties, responsibilities, kind of all of that stuff together, and we act, and then as a board clerk.
May I speak to that? Yeah. Okay. So I'll speak to that because I think I heard your question. I did actually look at those duties and those outline duties. And I do think that in reading and understanding what the board clerk position could be, I believe that truly eventually we are going to need more time for a clerk. I did see what was set forth, and I think that in any normal given year or circumstance, but since we continue to really function in crisis mode, I think that maybe at this point in time, a clerk that did more outflow for the board is going to be probably more helpful to us in the long run. And being that Tammy has already let us know that she is ready to move on, I saw this as the best opportunity to actually begin to work with somebody who really specializes in crisis management.
And that's terrific. It's just that the actual work that has been put in from the board clerk for the last number of months, it's in our board docs, was a part-time position. So I'm just concerned about taxing the resources of the district for something that does not seem necessary.
Oh, you're saying it the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying that it would be any more capacity at this point. I think that we would hold you at that moment, and then, like Jeff had said, you got a for discussion if we determine it should be more. But I did see what came in the packet.
And I don't believe trustee did it would be a full-time position. I think part-time.
Yeah, I was taking it.
Definitely sufficient. Any other discussion? Yeah, trustee Simpson.
Thank you. I mean, I've had the opportunity to work with Chrissy Lamont quite a bit, and I do know that she brings a lot of background experience. My question is, why do we close it off to not allow other folks to apply? I know Chrissy is very good at what she does and has some experience, but how do we not know that there's not someone else out there? That's my only concern, is that if we, you know, typically we're gonna hire for a job, we're not gonna go headhunt. We're gonna let people apply for a position and pick the best out of that. So I just wonder, and that has been past practice when a new board clerk is needed. So that's my only concern.
So headhunter here, but again, looking for talent for the situation that we're in. And since this is a decision that our board can make, if something like this wouldn't work out, but I really feel like in this moment that crisis management is where we need to start. I especially already felt that in some of the emails that have come through and some of the things that we even see from the community. I just really think that at this moment, her expertise, even if short-lived, are what we could really use to become a highly effective, accountable, and functional board together.
For benefit of those who are listening, I just wanted to go to Idaho Code 33-506, just so you understand. I definitely hear what Trustee Simpson is saying as far as putting that out there for looking for someone who might apply for that position. And so 33-506 reads that, and I'll just read the highlighted version here that pertains to this. The clerk and the treasurer may be members of the board of trustees, or, so we could appoint actually one of you guys as clerk. Maybe members of the board of trustees, or in the discretion of the board, either or both may be selected from among competent and responsible persons outside the membership of the board. The board in its discretion may allow compensation for the clerk and for the treasurer if other than the county treasurer. So it is within the purview of the board to select someone who is competent, who we feel is responsible enough to take on, and it's a difficult role. It really is. The clerk, from my experience watching Tammy Wallen, it's like herding cats and chickens at the same time. So it really is a pretty involved position. So we have a motion on the table and a second. Is Chrissy here? Is Ms. Lamont here?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, please approach. And if you would, I mean, maybe it would be best to just tell us a little bit. I need to know a little bit more about you. I mean, tell us a little bit what your experience is, maybe a quick little CV.
A quick little resume.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Chrissy Lamont. I'm with 3B Building Better Boards now. I have been with the Idaho School Board Association for 7 years. I was the Leadership Development and Member Services Director. I have been in that role. I've done numerous trainings, workshops, professional development, crisis management, facilitating executive sessions, doing agendas, board meeting minutes, anything that a clerk has done, but also above and beyond by being the protector of the board, kind of keeping you guys in your lane, showing best practices, transparency, accountability, predictability, and participation, keeping all that in your key components of governance. So I've also educated on that and also had to rein it in. Like, I'm not scared to say, hey, we can't do that, but I try to make it fun. Prior to that, so I did that with Idaho School Boards Association. I've traveled throughout the US with Alaska, Texas, Oregon, Washington, and soon to be Ohio to work with their school boards as well. I've also trained their administrative professionals in Oregon, Texas, and also Washington. Those are the same as a board clerk here, so I've also worked there with my expertise. Prior to ISBA, so 7 years there, I was in district as the board clerk for 5 years. And when I first started, we really had to think about transparency, accountability, and an open door policy, and kind of trust building, getting that communication going. But one of the key things that I think I bring to the table is this is a customer service role, and you guys are voted to serve. So I try to keep you in your lane, but remind you not what you can't do, but what you can do in that functioning role. But we keep you in your lane. We're there to protect you during those meetings, make sure we're following Idaho code, but really also building that community trust. I facilitated numerous listening sessions on hot topics such as, I'm scared to say, mascots, to sometimes, but it's not the other word we're talking about tonight. But I've done a lot of those. When they come in, we start building, like, bring a concern and solution, and we start building a team of the community.
So I guess I do crisis management, accountability, transparency, but I like to have an open door policy that they feel like they can come in. So I restructure websites as well when I'm in that role to make sure that it's easier to be guided through so they can find stuff rather than, oh, it's just on the website. Giving them that friendly customer service that they need and then trickling down. So I would also, with this direction, work with evaluating, assessing, and then also be able to, once we build a foundation, a solid foundation, thinking about who that person would be next, because it's not going to be forever, right? But also being able to also give them best practices, training them coming forward after facilitating.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, don't move.
And I talk really
There
fast,
might
so
be
tell me
some
to slow down.
questions. Any questions? Questions on the table? Any questions to Ms. Lamont? So when we listen to this back, we're gonna have to slow the tape down, so we can hear everything. Okay, if there's no other discussion, thank you, Ms. Lamont, I appreciate it. No other discussion, motion on the table to, for nomination as Chrissy Lamont for board clerk. And it's been seconded by Trustee Pearson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Did you say one opposed? Okay, I'm sorry. So I should have called for that. Trustee Simpson is in opposition. Thank you. Appreciate that. So it's passed, Ms. Swanson. You are the new board clerk. I will let you kind of, should you assume she's the new board clerk, you tendered your resignation as the board clerk. I don't know how that is kind of a little bit awkward as far as assuming that position as board clerk. Are you ready, Ms. Lamont, to get going, or do you want to work with Ms. Wallen a little bit before? I'll just let you guys do what you need to do. Next item on the agenda is election of treasurer. I will entertain a motion for treasurer of the board this year.
And
Motion for-
I nominate-
motion for nomination.
Yeah, I nominate Randy Dewey.
I second that.
Any discussion? It's been motion to nominate Randy Dewey and seconded by Trustee Taylor. Is there any discussion on that motion?
I just wanted to make sure for clarification that Randy does want the job. Like, I'm sure he does because we didn't say anything in there.
Is he here?
Is he here? Yes, you do. Okay, good. Perfect.
Are you okay? Are you okay with that? All
Yes.
right. Yeah, well, we just make some assumptions too. so-
Yes.
Okay, it sounds like he's good with it. So a motion on, to nominate Randy for treasurer and seconded by Trustee Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That motion carries unanimously. Moving to the next item on the agenda is, as far as the policy is concerned, is let's look at the code of ethics for school board members. So read and sign code of ethics. I'm assuming that place for your signature. So let me tap into the previous board members here, but is this something that you read through all the way or just open for discussion in the past?
I know,
You don't,
just discussion.
just discussion, I think it
discussion
was, okay.
is what we've done in the past.
So the item was reading this in, yeah, review and sign, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So review and sign. So are there any discussion? I would entertain discussion points for the code of ethics.
I've already read it.
Anything? Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
No, I've read it and gone over it at this time.
Okay, then if you will all turn it over and sign your name that you have reviewed. Please pass your papers to the center of the table. we'll make sure that Kirk gets these and. Okay, the next item on the agenda is review and discuss Idaho Code 33-512. This is the Idaho statute that spells out what the responsibilities and the duties and the powers of the school board are. Any discussion in that item? Let's put this up. Anything pop out that you might have a question about? We have legal here, so we can interpret it for us if needed. I think that. I mean, I've read it numerous times.
I'm just struck by two, if I may say. The first is that we, as a board, are responsible for the health and morals of our students. That's a weighty responsibility. And then number 7, to exclude from school pupils with contagious or infectious diseases who are diagnosed or suspected. Those are some important things to be aware of at this time in our culture and our moment in our community.
Yeah, they are. I've always been struck by that phrase, health morals, the morals of our students. But that would be a discussion that would last probably months. Discuss that. There was one thing in section 7 that I did highlight here. I just bring this up because I think this has come up recently. To exclude, I'll just read this section 7. I think it's up on the screen for you to look at. But to exclude from school pupils with contagious or infectious diseases who are diagnosed or suspected of having a contagious or infectious disease, or those who are not immune and have been exposed to a contagious or infectious disease. And to close school if the board determines that conditions warrant such closure, based on consultation with the district health department of the public health district in which the school district is located. I'm pretty sure this might come up later in the discussion, but it is something that I wanted to kind of, maybe this is the right time, to ask maybe Superintendent Keller, what does that look like as far as looking at closing schools? Is the board responsible per statute to approve closing the schools? Or does that come from the superintendent? I mean, it's just more of a clarification on my part. And if you would, we really need to get Mike here so everybody can hear it.
In this case, with the current reopening plan, you've given the superintendent the ability to look at the benchmarks the board approved and make a decision so that we don't have to convene you in an emergency 24-hour situation. So board is always welcome to delegate to leadership those roles and responsibility. In this case, very clearly, this board has outlined those criteria that we've shared with you earlier this week,
Sure.
and we've taken advantage and made our best administrative decisions.
Okay, thank you. There's another question that maybe legal might be able to answer. How does the board have that authority to delegate that responsibility when it's specific in statute that the board will close the school if, and to close school if the board determines that conditions warrant such closure?
Typically, what happens under these circumstances is the board gathers information. There's 2 parts. One, they have the authority to delegate those decisions to administration. And it's something the board will do on any of their responsibilities and duties. They can delegate that to administration and then receive updates and consultation and provide direction. So it's totally within your powers and purview to do that. It's case by case, situation by situation. In this case, is COVID. It's been extremely complicated. It's been a moving target. And all we can do is gather as much information as we have, provide it to the board, make a recommendation, and the board either agrees with it or not. There's nothing that requires you to agree with it. But obviously, we all know what we know, but we don't know everything. So we want to gather as much information as we can. So
Absolutely. I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, I do too, thank you.
And there is certainly, it would be, I'm just thinking in practical applications, if the school does need to be closed, to convene a board is not feasible to make that decision. So I think that might be one of the reasons that the board, Trustee Simpson.
Thank you, Chairman Kirkman. A couple of things like, to convene a board at 3 a.m. on whether it should be a snow day or not is a tough one. Where you've seen in the past where it has been delegated to the superintendent and the leadership of the district, as well as like if a building is flooded, something of that nature is where you see that as well.
That does make a lot of sense. It's just when I read statutes, sometimes questions pop into my head. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Any other discussion on that topic?
Sure, I'd like to just say, Chair Kirkman, something that's really been helpful to me, that may be helpful at this moment is that the board governs and we give the management responsibilities to the superintendent. So we set policy, which we have in the reopening plan, and then we allow the superintendent to manage those details.
Sure, which is what has happened in this case based on.
Yep, exactly.
The statute governs what we do. Trustee. Any other discussion, comments? We've reviewed and discussed them. So moving on to the next item is meeting schedule for 2022. Now, I think I've been looking at this a little bit because we have a section later on in the agenda and the business, I believe, about training and meetings of that sort. I considered combining the two. I didn't know if that was an appropriate thing to do, combine those two, but then this particular action item on the agenda is specifically for the meeting agenda, which is statutorily required. And that later on in the agenda is for training and further. So I think we'll just keep it separate and go on from there. So meeting schedules. Here's how I'll open this discussion. What works best for board meetings? And we're talking about our regularly scheduled board meetings throughout the year.
Are you asking?
I'm
which date
asking
best in
whatever,
general?
just throwing it out there.
Okay, so if I could throw out a date, I love the idea of our regular board meeting being scheduled the first Monday of every month.
I agree with the beginning of the month.
There are some issues with reports and things like that. So it would either be that we're looking at things behind, like a month previously, or we wouldn't have them in time, we wouldn't be able to see like budget reports for the month until we'd be back and behind the month. That makes sense because of when how the reports are generated and when they're done. And Randy could probably speak to that as well.
I would like to ask, when do we normally see those reports? Whoever answers that. So what is your guys' reporting schedule?
So there are a variety of reports that the board reviews. And for specifically talking about budget reports, we have to have end of month, which has some accounting responsibilities for it. And then our team has to be able to produce the reports that you review. So if you choose the first month or the first week of the month, you'd actually be reviewing finances from 2 months previously.
Okay.
So
Just because of the time
just because of
involved in
time.
putting those together.
So just because the month is over doesn't mean that the work associated with that and the posting and accounting responsibilities and producing those reports. So we giving them 7, 8 days a week is helpful, but the expectation of doing it on the first Monday of the month would cause us, and we can do it, and you would be reviewing finances that are 2 months old.
Board treasurer, would you like to add anything that? Okay, great.
It takes us minimum 4 days to close.
Is that too,
4 business days.
and is that too quickly for you? Like if we were sitting face to face and I said,
Yeah.
how many days are ideal
We
for
didn't
you
do
to have that
calendar
information
this
together?
Trying to stay back as much as I can. So the issue is, a lot of the times what we used to, back before the current board, the previous board made the agenda the way it was, we used to have every second Tuesday, and even then it was difficult. It all depends on when that first day is, if that makes sense. So like if that first Tuesday was like the first, And then we try to do others, we try to get that ready for the next Tuesday. I mean, my accounting manager is wonderful, but it still takes 3 to 4 days just to close the month, which I think is fast.
It is
And
fast.
then another day for me to build the reports to give to you guys. And then if Dr. Keller has any questions whatsoever first, then we go back and forth as well. So I would say a minimum of 5 or 6 days is needed to give you up-to-date reports. If you want to, again, wait a month and do the month prior, then it's totally up to you guys. But I would think any less than about 5 days. would keep you good reports.
And it's just reviewing those reports, right? So bills that need to be paid or anything like that would not affect any of the
Yeah,
bills.
everything you'll see is post.
Is
Yeah,
post,
so you'll actually
right.
see checks, you'll see all that. We get all that in. It just, everything you see is what's happened last month and when we close the month and then all those reports come in and we'll get those to you as quick as we can. Previous board wanted a week's notice and it was impossible to do that. You know, so what we used to do when I first started was basically, we try to get it basically the Friday or Saturday before the meeting was about as quick as we try to get it to you. We usually can get it there, but it goes in the agenda basically, you know, right on time if we do it that close.
Okay. Is this mic on? Can you guys hear?
Am I not too
There you
close?
go. Sorry.
I need to be closer. I didn't want to.
Will you start over from the beginning now?
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that.
Any other questions?
I'd like to hear what Mike admitted, just because you guys have done it before. Is there a preference?
Sure, I think what Mr. Dewey was mentioning is there's the lag time of the reporting on their part, and then just the amount of time that we need to review all of the documents, each portion of it. So that, I think, Mr. Dewey referred to having, you know, a week, so they need a certain amount of days,
And then.
and then once they get posted, then we need a certain amount of days to review all of the items on the agenda. So I think that we landed on, you know, as you are aware, we've been doing the third Monday month is the regular business meeting.
Yep.
And something at least the second week would be possible, but
Yeah, for years it was always the second week. So we would just get it to you. I get it, you know, depending on which day the first was, 3 days, 3 or 4 days for my staff to get done. I mean, get my reports done. And then give you guys the weekend basically to look at it, or Monday to look at it. If you guys decide to do it Tuesdays again like we used to, it's entirely up to you. We'll get it as quick as we can to you. We're not gonna hold it, but it's entirely, you know, how you guys want to do it. The other side of it too is the current format that we have and the information that we provide is based on what the previous board liked. So you guys are more than welcome to meet with me and we can go through and basically redo those as well. And we're like, you know, we like it this way, we like it that way. I've changed it. It seems like every year since I've been here. So it really doesn't matter to me. Whatever works for you guys, we can get that information to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I really don't have a problem moving into the second Monday. And that's, I think, certainly looking at staff's time, all get those together. I don't have to task, anything with numbers. So,
Are you okay with that, Trustee Simpson? What do you think about the second Monday of the month?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree, and especially after what we've heard, I would agree with that as well.
I agree.
okay, any other discussion do we need to look at? So it will be, so regular board meetings, oh, sorry. We need a motion to set the regular board for 2022.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Is, Paula, is there any reason that you feel like that's not feasible? Is there anything that we're not seeing the second Monday?
I was just going to bring your attention to the second document that was the second Monday down in the bottom section. We really didn't know whether this board would choose to do a special session or not, or a work session. So those would be the dates that we're talking about for you to look at and then think about your calendar. What's not listed in there is the date in March or the date in November, but we would of course put that in there. So to clarify, we're talking about the regular business meeting of the board on the second Monday.
Second Monday, yes. Would it be helpful if we just separate these two meetings out in motion, and just set the regular board meeting agenda for the year? And then we can discuss, maybe looking at the workshop and special session. Okay,
I don't think there's as many, if at all, any second Monday holidays, but that was the only thing I was gonna say is, so typically if Monday's a holiday, we move it to a Tuesday and would ask that we follow that same, if by chance one of those second Mondays is a holiday.
well, and I'm not quite sure, I'm still trying to figure this out in February, the second Monday in February, I think falls on Valentine's Day. So I haven't figured out if that's a holiday yet. And I'm told it is. I don't know if we need to. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to set the regular board.
I move we have the regular meeting of the month for 2022 on the second Monday of each month, unless there's a holiday and it's Tuesday.
Second, it's been motioned by trustee Simpson, seconded by trustee Kip, to have the regular board meeting on the second Monday of every month, unless that Monday falls on a holiday, it'll be the Tuesday right after. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That's fine. Okay, let's look at workshops and tentative topics. We have a list here of some of those things that are these set in stone? Okay, so these are just things that may come up during the day. Hang up.
Previous board wanted an opportunity to talk through some people.
Okay.
And so they were set so that a board member would know that these are Mondays that they probably should keep open in case the board chose to examine.
So from the previous board, discussion on those topics, and we're looking at the second, list. February 25th, there's kindergarten data update, policy, budget, CIP policy. Is that something that we need to discuss now? We should discuss this maybe in the work session. Or does this need to be, I don't think this is one of those requirements that we need to vote on.
No, I don't think.
Okay. We'll just.
For my
reserve that.
opinion.
Okay, any
Might
other
not.
discussion on
Trustee
those?
Kemp.
And reserve that for the work session. That's fine. Discussion. Okay. Moving on then to annual selection of legal counsel. Okay, legal counsel. Appreciate you being here tonight. Probably nothing else I'd rather do. So I got a couple of questions. First of all, if anyone wants to discussion, welcome. But I have a couple of questions myself. Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask them. I am looking at the January 19th, 2021 regular board of trustees meeting. This would have been the first regular meeting for 2021, and there's not much information here except for this. It says the district uses several law firms. Hamilton, Michelson, and Hilty for general legal concerns. Anderson, Julian, and Hull is used for issues through ICRIP and ISBA. Hawley Troxel is used for financial issues. Malinka Law for special education issues. My question is, why so many lawyers? No offense. Why so many lawyers? And if that's the case, were they all selected? I mean, how did it come about that we have so many lawyers for the district? Yes, it would probably, whoever can best answer it at this point. I'm not sure who to direct it to.
My understanding is that the previous board had the same question and sought to streamline the process and hire one primary legal counsel and put out a request for qualifications, open it up to everybody in the valley. And interviewed counsel and myself and selected Anderson, Julian, Hall to do the primary legal representation. So other than some bond work that Hawley Troxel would do, Anderson, Julian, Hall has been doing everything. Primarily what we do is how I see my role, how I see our role is I don't represent the administration. I don't represent the board. I represent the school district. My role is to give advice to administration and the board as they need it so they can perform their respective functions in accordance with Idaho law, in accordance with federal law, and the applicable state law. So that's my role, and I frequently get questions. And what I like to see, what I think is most efficient, is a particular chain of communication between either the board, administration, and council. So I'm not talking to different people at different times on different questions, and maybe giving what appears to be inconsistent information. And as long as we have a single pipeline of information, questions coming in and then coming out, it works really well. And for those of you that don't know, Anderson Julian Hall, I've been practicing law since 1992. My prior life, I was an officer in the Marine Corps, went to law school, and then I've been practicing law since 92. I've been working in education law since 2008. I'm the new guy on the block in Anderson Julian Hall. The rest of the people there have been practicing education law since the 90s. So I like to brag by our law firm, but I think we are the preeminent education law firm in the state. And I really enjoy working with everybody here at the school district. I've enjoyed working with the board members that I've had a chance to work with so far. That kind of gives a quick synopsis of what I think we're doing, why we are where we were, how now versus January 21.
Okay, so on that note, Anderson, Julian, and Hull can represent the district on any financial issues, any special education issues, of course, general counsel,
Correct.
ICRIM, ISBA, all of that.
ICRIM, ISBA are clients of ours. Special education, we have a special education department. The only thing that would probably be more efficient to outsource to Holly Foxo would be if you want to run a bond.
Okay.
They have a bond, school bond. They have that expertise. And my role of that would be to represent the board. So they're basically getting the bond set up and complying with the blue sky laws. And so they have to get all the accurate information from the administration and the board to present to the public. So my role is to act as that conduit between the board and administration and provide that to bond counsel so they can put together the prospectus and get a good prospectus going for a bond. So I would recommend keeping them for that, but otherwise, I think our firm does a fine job.
And I think, I know that communication protocol is absolutely critical, especially with the attorneys, because people sometimes like to answer shop. And they look for the answer that they want. And so you may get quite a few.
Well, we represent about 100 school districts in the state, and that happens sometimes, and it always puts us in an uncomfortable situation because each and every one of you technically as a board member are my client. But it might cause some inefficiency. For example, one of you calls me and asks a question in a particular way, and I give a particular answer. And then when I'm not present, they represent counsel's advice to the rest of the board, and it may or may not be accurate based on the circumstances. And so that's my concern, and I agree totally that a good line of communication between the board and the council is essential, because it's also important that each and every board member gets the same information at the same time, and all have a chance to ask a question. So it's really not fair in a way for one board member to kind of get the scoop and then present themselves to the rest. So I think it's very important.
And on a practical financial note, probably every time you get a question from one of us, that clock is ticking.
Yeah, we bill by 6 minutes at a time we charge. So
All right.
1/10 of an hour is 19.
So we're just gonna have one person reach out to you.
And that's far more efficient.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions to, and would you state the name just for those? that-
Sure, I'm Brett Wolford.
With Anderson Julian and Hull.
Correct.
Fantastic. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm not quite sure though, I got my answer that I was looking for. The attorneys listed here though, in January 2021, are they still, have we paid them, or are they being used? Are they on retainer?
So previous to this, we did our annual meeting in July. So there's been about a year and a half of transition back out of So in January, we did list those until we could produce an RFQ. Our previous contract with Anderson Julian Hall was only for 6 months, so that it ends right now in January, so that this new contract would go for 12 months with an automatic renewal unless the board gave a 30-day notice. So it's taken us a little bit of time to align to the new law. And we do generally use Holly Troxel for bond and levy questions and information.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that explanation. Okay, anyone else have any questions? I'm doing all the time.
So does that mean we're not going to be having the other attorneys any longer besides the one we might need for bonds?
Okay. Any other, I want to make sure I give everybody an opportunity to speak. So, okay, because I do have one other question on the current fee agreement. I apologize.
Getting away.
You should, yeah, it should just stay right there. In fact, we ought to move that mic over here a little bit too, because I know Dr. Keller is standing up and down, up and down, up and down. So looking at this fee agreement, and I think everyone's got an opportunity to review this, I just want to make sure this is in alignment with what we're doing here. So the agreement that we are here to act on is NSD does hereby employ, retain, and engage as its legal counsel. So the agreement is for a term of 1 year, which automatically renews on January 1st of the following year. So in 2023, it would automatically renew on January 1st, correct?
Correct.
So far?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless
there's 30-day notice given to Anderson Julian Hall.
Right.
We're going to might miss one. So on that note, though, if that's the case, then the new board in 2020, well, but if a new board were seated in 2023, would they have the opportunity to select the legal counsel since, in effect, you're already there on January 1st?
Well, the new board would not know the activities of the council during previous years. So actually, the existing board would know whether or not it's worth keeping that council. And because the new board would have no firsthand knowledge. So when we prepared this, we figured the existing board, if they wanted to make a decision to change counsel, could do that. And if they didn't, that they would be providing accepted counsel for at most 1 year to the new board. So it's a balancing act there with regard to informed decision making.
Would it be possible? I mean, would it come in more alignment if it was from first regular board meeting in January to the next regular board meeting in January? The agreement rather than January 1st to December 31st with the 30 days. I mean, I'm just.
We could move it back to the end of the month. It's any 1 year period would be fine. So it could start
just
January 31st and February 1st, and that would give the new board a period of weeks to make that decision if they wanted to. That's completely doable.
Okay. Does that make sense? What I was saying? I hope I'm not confused.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense.
I don't think the new board would be able to give the 30-day notice. So unless they can meet on January 1st. So if your goal is to give the new board full discretion, I still think you have that solid position.
Well, but if the new board comes in, it's their prerogative to select the new council, whether or not really a 30-day notice is given. But I know it says that in the fee agreement. We'll see where
I mean, yeah, obviously, you can terminate the contract at any time. That's contract law. Try to keep compliance with the terms, and if we want to do that, we can move dates back to give that full 30 days to provide for the notice. That's more a matter of finding the right date frame that works than anything else, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, I was just looking at these dates. The January 1st is what tripped me up a little bit. I was like, wait a second, the board's coming in. How can they not select if they choose to legal counsel?
That's very understandable.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? That if new board comes in and could say, we'd like to give 30 days notice to terminate this contract, new board, I mean, to me, that's the new board has that ability to do that, which would then give 30 days for, I don't know if they're still called RFPs. They put in the RFQs, thank you, sorry, to then collect those before those 30 days is up. I don't know if that
No, I think that's,
is still involved
Yeah,
regardless.
and I think the question then goes to the automatic, but as long as the 30 days notice is provided. Yes.
I know I'm probably making a mountain out of a molehill there, but
Good questions.
sometimes language matters,
No,
especially when it
good
comes to
question.
contracts.
Yeah, those are good questions.
Any other discussion?
I mean, prices and rates are very fair, just from knowing the cost of attorneys. And I have no other question. I truly,
And we didn't raise our rates.
right, yeah, I'm looking at it right here, yeah.
You're gonna give us 30 days notice if you do?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. If there's no other discussion, questions or comments,
I would like to nominate Anderson Julian Hall.
let's be specific.
Okay, I would like to nominate Anderson Julian and Cole for the term of 1 year. Effective, are we saying still January 1st because that's as written in this contract? Okay, so do we just want to say effective January 18th, 2022?
Well, it's gonna be different next year. It's gonna be, I think maybe it's just easier to go to January.
So do we want to go January 31st to February 1st? Okay,
With,
no, go ahead.
I was just thinking, and also I think Trustee Simpson had a very valid point, is the new board at that time, they decide to go to council, and give them 30-day notice.
So are you wanting to put that in this contract somewhere
It's
here?
your motion. I was just.
Okay. I would like to nominate Anderson, Julian, and Cole for our legal counsel effective January 31st, 2022. Expiration of contract to be February 1st, 2023. Whereas in the new board in 2023 can give a 30-day notice to let go or release legal counsel at the rates of Brent, who we just met, correct, of $190 per hour. We might just talk to the paralegals, no, I'm just, his associates at the standard hourly rate of $175 per hour, and the paralegals at the standard hourly rate of $85 per hour. A charge of 55 cents per mile is charged for attorney's use of his or her personal automobile. No mileage charge will be incurred for travel less than 50 miles one way. Reasonable food and lodging will be charged for out-of-town commitments that are required by MSD, which I would also like to keep in there. And we agreed to pay on the hourly basis, depending on the clarification of each attorney set forth. And then I know that there was to be billed at 1/10 of an hour increments, so in 6-minute increments, and then to reimburse reasonable incurred costs as specified below. So I started that a little backwards. Do you want me to redo it? Oh, good. Okay, good. Covered it all.
Trustee Taylor, your intent is to follow the contract.
It was, yeah, and I,
Exception of the change of.
correct, exception of change of date.
January 31st
Correct,
and in February.
correct. And I believe it already gives, but I believe it already gives that 30-day notice in there, correct? Yeah, so that would be the only thing is just to change the dates in the contract that contract does, right? Look at that.
Okay, so I was gonna repeat that motion, but I think Trustee Keller, Superintendent Keller, my apologies. Superintendent Keller, yes, it's the essence of the contract, change the dates, the 30-day notice.
Let me just read it. She said it so eloquently.
Right,
So-
but what about the Holly Drive?
Do we need to? Does that need to be in there if we wanted to seek additional legal counsel for any reason? Does that need to be in your
No, 'cause I
contract?
think at that time, you'll reach out, work through our attorneys.
Or
to make
defer.
sure that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like on our behalf. Okay, so I'm gonna just reword the motion. So I motion to nominate Anderson Julian Hole as the contract is read, changing the dates to effective January 31st, 2022 to expire February 1st, 2023. 30-day notice, which is in the contract already. Correct? And I read that.
Do I have a second?
Okay.
It's been moved by trustee Taylor, it's been seconded by trustee Kip. All in favor, say aye.
I,
We have discussion.
Oh, my.
Oh, sorry,
yes.
sorry, sorry.
Let me back up. Any discussion on the motion? It's been motioned by trustee Taylor, it's been seconded by trustee Kip. Any discussion on that motion?
I don't disagree, but I think there's one small little hiccup in the motion because you start at January 31st, 2022, and we want to have them right now currently. So my only problem with it is that one little part where we wouldn't have an attorney until January 31st.
so I think I've got that.
And it expires on February 1st.
So.
I do. I would like to amend my motion to have legal counsel start immediately, January 18th, 2022, and the contract to end on February 1st, 2023.
We just second on that. I'll second that. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you, trustee Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee Simpson.
So it's been motioned and seconded. All in favor of that amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. We weren't going to say anything. We were just going to watch. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is comments from the Nampa Education Association. You almost made you go chasing after that mic.
Let's take the hint. I expect the new president to walk in behind me. Good evening. My name is Brian Coffey, and I am the current president of the Nampa Education Association. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before you and speak. Thank you to Mr. Barber for hosting us in this great facility. I had the pleasure of teaching summer school one summer some years ago. I also want to acknowledge that, of course, this building sits on land formerly served by the Shoshone-Bannock tribe. Many members are served by our school district to this day. It seemed like a blink ago that I was introducing myself as the new president to a previous board. Some things seem the same, some things seem very different. Welcome, I guess, to you all. It's a nice tradition to be able to come before you and speak. I thought I should at least introduce myself since you don't know me yet. I'm married, I have 3 kids that are all teenagers in various schools in Boise where I live. My wife is a teacher in the Boise School District, teaches elementary, Liberty Elementary School. I started my teaching career here in Nampa at Gateways, the alternative program. Dr. Cindy Cook was the first principal that took a chance on me and hired me. So my presence is pleased you know. I now work at Nampa High School and I teach English, primarily freshmen, which is a delight and a challenge, and they keep me on my toes for sure. So prior to being the president, I was the lead negotiator for the association negotiations team for the past 2 or 3 bargains, I'm not sure now. I was a member of the bargaining unit before that. I served as a building rep for Gateways, moving to Nampa High School. I thought I should also tell you about how we operate, I guess. We are a democratic organization. We are member driven. I don't think I really understood or participated in democracy in a meaningful way prior to joining the union. What that means is our positions are driven by our members. Our members are of the community. I would say most of the educators in Nampa are at least, if not in Nampa, in the surrounding area. And like we live in Boise, some are sure live in Meridian and all over. Some come from the hinterlands of Parma and Fruitland. But we are of the community. We are not a monolith. We are a ground-up organization. When I come here to speak to you, I come in a representative capacity, and I try to make that clear. I try to be careful. I have my own views about many things. But I'm not here to just tell you what I think. I come here as the face and the voice of the association. That is also just one perspective. When I come here, I don't pretend to speak for all educators in the district. I speak for our membership in these kinds of situations. Taking some guff for that idea. How do you speak? Well, I don't. There is a specific time when I do, and that is when we're in the negotiations process where we represent the entire bargaining group and all certificated people in the district. So I don't take myself too seriously and try not to. I do take the work seriously, however, my position seriously. But if I say something flip or flip, then I hope that you'll give me that grace. That's just my own personality as opposed to some position of the association. Our building reps are the lifeblood of the organization. We try to have at least one every building. We don't at the moment. Some buildings don't have a building rep. They're elected by the members in that building, which is another level of democracy. There's the governing body of our association is the building rep council. So the executive team really, in some ways, tries to act like you know, in terms of being a governance, policy setting kind of organization, but the real control of policy actually comes from the building reps themselves. I believe that a union does not bestow or confer any power on its members. The members have that power already. The union, the association, simply aggregates and leverages that power. We are affiliated with the state association, the IEA, and the national or the big NEA. It's just a fate that we're the little NEA and there's the big NEA. I do want to say that they don't tell us what to do. Some of my dues dollars do go to them. The vast majority actually go to the state level. They provide the liability insurance coverage, so which is where a lot of that money goes. But at no time has the big NEA ever, quite frankly, even communicated with me or with us on any issue, on any agenda, pushed an agenda, pushed a topic. They provide resources. The communication I get from the big NEA is really about trying to take advantage of cruise benefits and travel things like that. So they have their own world. We very much are of and operating in our world, which is Nampa. The same with the IEA. While they provide more direct support, so we have a region director, for instance, who handles Canyon County and also Region 3, which is Weezer and up in that area. They don't tell us what to do. It's much more the other way. They ask us, what do you need from us? What do you want from us? So it's an interesting kind of dynamic being in Nampa, which is also true in other places. So the state, it's a diverse state with lots of different ideas. Nampa is also diverse. Nampa is not a monolith of ideas or opinions. Because of that, I don't always come to you with some very clear or well-delineated viewpoint on something, especially controversial issues like COVID or masks or certainly vaccines. And so it's been odd the past couple of years to really not have a strong opinion or a strong position to bring to you. That's because, again, I represent the membership. It's not my personal club. And so I honor and respect that. In my time with the negotiations in particular, I've really appreciated what has seemed like a bit of a shift in that the district overall views us as a partner. One of many partners. Parents are partners. There are many stakeholders. And so
I'm not sure the rules, but I think it's been 4 minutes. So I don't know.
Yes, however, I was thinking about that too, but I am learning quite a bit. And I want to make sure that I'm not. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Otherwise, we would have cut you off like 5 minutes ago. But no, I am learning, I am learning a lot. I'm taking notes and I appreciate the information.
I did.
cut me off whenever, here at your pleasure. I wasn't, and I'm curious as well. I was never told that there was a limit. I try and be short and sweet. To make my point and get out. That's really my goal. But again, this is the first time I've had a chance to talk to you. Assuming I would be coming, talking, some information, future times, you might want to open it up. So, but you've heard enough, just send me over the way.
Yeah, just hold on just a second. You have a question?
I do have a few questions about what you said.
Fantastic.
So the first one is, in talking about how your guys' chapter, is that a correct way to reference what it is? Is you're kind of like a chapter here in the way you've broken it down?
Yeah, we don't use that word.
Sure, but it's association, but there are multiple associations across the state is what I hear you say. Like you're this specific conglomerate of Nampa, Boise, like how many of you are from Nampa in your guys' group?
All of us.
All of you, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. And so Boise is gonna have their own group or association, and yours is gonna be all of Nampa.
Every school district has their own local, so we call them the local.
Perfect.
Every district has their own local association.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify that because you had said there was a lot. It is a lot of information, which is great information. When you come to speak to us, what is it that you hope to do? Like when you're coming here and you're preparing to come here and talk to us, what is it that motivates you to do that? Like, what is your purpose in that? Just so I have an understanding, like a guided purpose in something you want to say or.
So I guess I would say it depends. It's not always going to be the same.
Sure.
Perhaps. I asked Dr. Keller that when I first started, like, what is it? I don't know. And her advice was just give the teacher perspective. So I feel like at the very least, I think that and sometimes that's all I'm here to do is just to kind of let you know, here's what I see happening in the trenches. Here's what I hear from people. Here's some information you might not get from any other place. It certainly is coming through my voice, so whatever filters I might be bringing to that. But honestly, I think that's really all I'm probably hoping for is to share with you that teacher perspective, and I should say educator. So it's not just teachers.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. So the bargaining unit is all certificated employees, but our membership is not restricted to that. So we do have paraprofessionals and even we have some admin members. So there are different types of membership. So our membership can actually be beyond the certificate.
What do you think the percentage of the educators in the school district are part of the?
So I don't have to think that. I know that. But I was told by a friend and mentor, former past president of the association, that we don't talk about that. I can tell you that if we had 80 or 90% membership, I would be crowing about that right now, for that question. So that's something that we aspire to. We'll get to 80%, I'll let you know.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you guys don't disclose how many members deep you are?
Typically not.
Okay.
So any other comments, questions?
Just to clarify again, so when you come in here, you're representing mostly teachers that are a part of your association? Because I've heard you speak a couple times at meetings, and so I'm just wanting clarification.
Yes, so most of our members are classroom teachers. That's the vast majority of certificate people, but we do have speech and language pathologists, for instance, nurses. So anybody can be.
And so when you come to a meeting, you're representing things they want you to present at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And I just would say, I love questions as well. So I think Trustee Westfall last summer did specifically ask me, like, hey, could you bring some information about what the teachers think about legislation, for instance, to get that kind of perspective. So I'm open to being a kind of sounding board in the moment as well. Like that, I'm happy to be whatever service you might want me to.
Thank you.
So you can expect probably to hear from members of the board along the same lines. So I also wanted to mention this. So I appreciate your comments, and I really do appreciate you being representing those members of the NPA. A lot of them are teachers, and a lot of them have great perspectives that we need to hear. And this may be the only time that we do hear that is from the representative. Additionally, I think it's only fair to allow parents and other community members who might be a part of an organization to do just the same. So we're going to give you time on the agenda. We're also going to look at looking at some organization in the community that represents maybe parents and providing them the same opportunity to bring to us what parents might be concerned about. It's just one way, I think, that the board can hear from you, who you represent, and from parents of the community who might be up here representing. I don't know who that is. I don't know what that looks like right now. I just think it's important that we're looking at everybody and listening to everybody. And in addition to that, we'll probably in the work session, we can figure out what this might look like, or discussions with the agenda building. When it gets to that point, we would also request, I'm speaking for myself, but that just makes sense to me, but the thoughts and the comments that you will present, we would like those sent so that we have them ahead of time also. And whatever organization or whatever parent, whoever's represent whatever, we want them to do the same. I think it's just fair. I think it's listening to everybody. And I think it's having that information to at least kind of know what's going to be brought before the board. And then definitely before to expand on that.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone, any other comments, questions?
I just am gonna ask you to be careful, Chairman. You don't get to bring motions, and nor is this a time to move things, but that would be something that would have to change in our policy to require those things, which is something that can be done, but this isn't necessarily.
And it wasn't a
the time.
motion, and it wasn't ever intended to be a motion. It was information as to what I think, and I said it was just me personally, as part of comments discussion, that I think is necessary to help bring the community and listening to everybody at a board. So, and we can move down that road however appropriate that might be. But anyone else?
I just had a question. So, Trustee Mandy, does that mean that on the copy on the agenda for the meeting, every meeting, is that a policy that we have in effect right now?
That is an agreement that we have.
An agreement or a
It's
policy?
not policy,
Is
it's
it
practice,
required?
sorry, practice, and then
Previously, Mr. Stephen Lee and the PTA was organizing parent groups that didn't work very successfully, but previously there was a parent group, so student group, teacher group, parent group, so the trustees heard a variety of voices. That was the intent, have it be in
Thank you.
I have a question on Skype. How often do you meet with your group, your association?
So our bylaws require us to have monthly building rep council meetings. We also have an exec team meeting at least once a month.
How many are in your executive? Sorry, if I ask you a question that you can answer, just let me know you can answer it.
Yeah, I just try to.
Or we prefer not to.
Yeah, and that's okay too.
There's 5 of us on the exec team: president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and membership director.
Okay. So you guys meet as an association monthly, and then the executive team also meets monthly.
Correct.
Okay.
All members are invited to the monthly building rep council meeting. We're required to have at least one membership meeting, but any one of those membership meetings would count. The other big meeting that we would have, of course, would be a ratification meeting for the contract.
How long have you been a member of this?
5 years of it?
Prior to that, were you part of the union?
No. So when I started teaching, if I wasn't a part of the association, I joined that year and a half or so.
And you've loved it?
Yes.
No, I heard you say it. I was trying to understand for how long you've been in there. That's it. I'm just a questioner. I ask a lot of questions.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So to the board clerk, will you put that on an item to look at that policy?
I believe it was a practice, but yes, I.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is trustee comments.
So there's trustee comments twice in the agenda. Can I just ask, why do we have two places to make those comments?
Oh, wait, you're talking about the also.
Yes.
Again, at the request of other previous boards before you, the beginning ones outlined in the document that I shared with you earlier this
Right.
week. This was designed at this point for you to share with your constituents where you've been, what you've seen. Did you visit X school? Did you represent the school district at Rotary, etc., so that you bring those important aspects of your connection with the community here. At the end of the meeting, my understanding is that trustees sometimes, based on the conversation in the meeting, might need to say a few words in order to find some closure or to honor some misunderstandings, those type of things. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So trustee comments, you have anyone have something?
So just because obviously I'm just being sworn in, I don't receive well. It's just who I am, but I want to express the amount of gratitude that I feel and support from our community. It is often overwhelming, astonishing, and life-changing. My dad had to leave, but he was here. I would thank him for birthing me. I really appreciate being alive and that he got to see tonight. So I just appreciate all of you that have taken the time to come here tonight, that have taken the time to share with us. You know, along the campaign trail, I think we all got an opportunity to know quite a few of you, and I'm just appreciative of all of that support. And I think we have a phenomenal community. So thank you.
Simpson?
And I'm going to ask to deviate slightly, but along the same lines. I definitely want to welcome you three to the board, and I'm excited to work with you. But as former trustee Ross was unable to attend the December meeting, I just want to thank her for her service to our district and community. It's very much appreciated.
I second that.
Thank you, trustee Simpson. I think it's important to recognize that. I have some comments that I want to make, will be as brief as possible. And I think it was right after the election, Superintendent Keller was kind enough to bring us to this school, and the administration, I know they're sitting back there in the shadows, they don't want to be recognized for some reason, but they were extremely hospitable and just taking us around this facility and showing us what amazing things that the staff do there.
Yes.
And the amazing thing that the students are learning there. I was impressed. I have a daughter that comes over here, she goes to Columbia, but she comes over here and attends the dental, she gets her teeth cleaned or whatever, whatever you guys are doing out here at the dental hygiene stuff. And it was amazing what they had out there. So I was extremely impressed. And thank you so much for the hospitality at that point. I think all three of us were here at that time.
Yes.
I appreciate the time that you took out of your busy day to make that happen. Additionally, I also want to recognize the gentleman over here. He didn't know I was going to call on him or call him out, but my first name? Matt, sorry. Okay, there's a mic over here. Everyone has to change their name to sort that out. So Matt Chris, so he's the principal at East Valley Middle School. Had a unique opportunity to spend some time with this gentleman. I don't think he realized I was going to show up. I don't think I realized I was going to show up that day either. I had volunteered to sub because they were down some teachers, and I just put my name in the hat and they sent me over to East Valley. So I showed up there late. I think I got there on second period. Not a good first day showing, but nonetheless. But this guy and his team had things covered for that first period and even second period, I think. So I jumped, he had me go into a class third period and fourth was a kind of a half period. Nonetheless, what I wanted to mention though, is that he took the opportunity and he took me around that school at East Valley. My son goes to East Valley. I thought I knew that school. Yeah. He showed me staff that was, I didn't know I was gonna get a motion, okay. But when I saw your staff come together, when I saw your teachers at that school, never without a smile, under the circumstances that they were in, it warmed my heart. I mean, it really did. I don't know that I could ever do what your staff did at that school. So I just want to commend you and your staff for pulling together, covering what was needed to cover at that school. And I know that this is not the only school that it happened at. It happened at every school in this district. And on that note, I want to commend Superintendent Keller and your staff, because I've told you this before, I would not want to be in your position. And so what you do is extremely appreciative and always will be. So just much love. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, Superintendent Keller, for you to keep things moving as best as possible. So on that note, anyone else with comments? Yes, comments.
I'll just make a quick comment because I just wanted to thank everybody for putting me in this position, voting me in, and how kind everyone has been. And I don't take this position lightly. I'm honored, and I want to be the voice of the parents, the community, the teachers, administration. I'm hoping for unity. I know there's been a lot of chaos and craziness going on, and I just hope to be a voice for the people. So thank you.
Welcome, new trustees. Congratulations, Chair Kirkham. Congratulations, Vice Chair Pearson.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next agenda, which is public comments. So, public comments. First question that I have is there anyone that signed up online to comment? Okay. So it looks like then the only two are these that I have in my hot line. So in order, we're going to invite you down here to the mic. We ask that you speak loudly, clearly, so we can hear everybody, can hear your comments. It's important that we all hear, otherwise I don't think you would be here to comment. When you come up here, please state your name, your full name, and your address so we can get that on the record.
Prior to that happening, I just want to ask, if once they speak, are we allowed to interact or speak with them or ask questions? Or is it that we need to remain silent after we've heard them speak?
So I will tell you what my experience has been. No, but if there's something that is, you didn't hear or would like a quick clarification, but we don't engage in back and forth discussion, argument, that type of thing. So just keep it to some clarification. We want to give the time to the public to present what they want to present to us.
And I just want to confirm that that's the best practice. Got it.
And I will hold some further comments till later. So, Tasha Sweeney, if you're here still, would you come down and tell us what's on your mind? And at this point, we're going to, since we only have two signed up to speak, it's whatever topic is that you have written on there that you can speak. So name and address for the record.
My name is Tasha Sweeney, and I live at 57 North Zion Park Drive in Nampa. And so I'm trying to go fast through this, so bear with me. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm a parent of 3 in the Nampa School District and have a great concern about the literature being offered to our district's children. It has come to the parents' attention that a number of pornographic books are in our district's libraries. As a parent, I'm appalled at the content of these books. I emailed Lori, I butcher her name, Marvin, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and have been ignored. I have not received an email back. The content is, as an example, from the book Bluest Eyes. He wanted to F her tenderly, but tenderness could not hold. The tightness in her vagina was more than he could bear. His soul seemed to slip down to his guts and fly out into her. The gigantic thrust he made into her then provoked the only sound she made, a hollow suck of air in the back of her throat. Removing himself from her was so painful to him, he cut it short and snatched the genitals out of the dry harbor of her vagina. So when the child regained consciousness, she was lying on the kitchen floor under a heavy quilt, trying to connect the pain between her legs with the face of her mother looming over her.
Kirkham, there are children present.
That's what I was just looking for.
Well, this is what the district considers okay for middle school and high schoolers.
Just a second. If this, what was the name of the book again?
The bluest eyes.
So yeah, that would have been my question too. If this book is indeed in our schools,
It is. Where? And I have others.
I think we get but I think we get the point.
We get, where?
In appreciation
In middle
for
school.
Trustee Kip's comment about. So this is
There's
in middle
over
school.
20 of these books in the libraries that we know of. There are many other parents that are also sharing the same concern. How can we trust you to be providing appropriate material for our children to be learning from if you are allowing pornographic material into their libraries? My mother was a librarian at high school, and when I read her some of this inappropriate material in these books, she was shocked and appalled. These books need to be removed from districts, libraries, and schools immediately. Some of these books talk in detail about murder, abortion, rape, incest, graphic details about children sold and the acts forced upon them, anal sex, molestation, and suicide. With the losses of our district has recently had, that is very concerning. Being in a foster care community, I have worked with children and received education on how damaging this can be. If they are reading this, they're reliving their trauma all over again. And not only to mention that, you're took an oath to uphold the law. It is against the law for any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed material, however reproduced, or sound recording which contains any matter of enumerable paragraph, therefore explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement, contact, or sadomasochistic abuse, and which taken as a whole is harmful for minors.
Time's up. Thank you so much. Appreciate the
Thank you.
comments.
Chairman,
Yes.
we need to remind folks they can also email us if they didn't have enough time for.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, I know it sounds rude that we cut you off, I apologize. But yes, because of timeliness, but 3 minutes, is that what it was? Kurt? Did you time her for 3 minutes?
And then they can also leave their documents here for us.
Yeah, right. So those of you who are providing public comment, certainly you can email, if you didn't get to the whole thing, email us those comments. Leave those with us if you wish. We can have them entered into the record. And then we typically 3 minutes for public comment. Okay, thank you, appreciate that. So the next person who has signed up to speak is, please let me say this right, Jackie Johnson. I knew it. I've tried it.
Super common mistake.
Jeez.
Can you hear me okay? All right. Good evening. Thank you guys for being here, everybody. I'd really like to thank, especially the people who made the streaming service tonight available for people. I know that was short notice and it's very much appreciated. So thank you. If we've learned anything through COVID, I think it's to be flexible and adaptable. So I really appreciate that. So that we can hopefully continue to have these meetings streamed for people at home. I'm here tonight actually to ask you to put the education and safety of our students at the top of your list when making decisions for our district. While keeping kids in school is obviously of the utmost importance to all of us, so is making sure that what the kids are doing in school is beneficial and a good use of their time. I have to admit that my tune has changed in the past year. Last year, I was not ready for schools to open at all in times like these. Over the past year and a half, I've really taken the time to talk to people with different opinions, to read and learn and to listen to others' concerns. We've all learned so much more about what is truly important, as well as seen firsthand how important schools are in our community and how important being in classrooms with qualified teachers truly is. So tonight, I'm not asking you to close schools as I did last year this time of year, but rather to do what you can to keep them open. Our current surge in cases is threatening our healthcare system again and has already forced the closure of one school last week and 5 more this week. For just a few weeks, I ask that you require students and staff to wear masks indoors,
to ensure that quality education is taking place in our buildings and to keep more children in their classrooms. Closing schools causes many problems for families and kids, some more than others. For example, closing an elementary school upsets a family's entire routine, causing them to have to take time off work and scramble for childcare. Meanwhile, closing a middle school or high school does not require the same disruption to a parent's routine, but it impacts students' lives in a variety of ways. Some families and kids may be disproportionately affected depending on their family's living situation, job, health, and services the schools provide for their children. I know that closing a school is the last thing anyone wants to do, and when it's done out of necessity because there simply aren't enough adults left to supervise the children. While proper supervision is important, I'd also like to think that real education is also important, not just babysitting. Keeping our schools open and running safely and smoothly should be the primary concern for this board. N95 type masks provide a lot of protection for individuals and are readily available now. If you agree that keeping teachers and students in our classrooms doing quality work is important, then please consider a short-term mask mandate just until we can get absences under control and teachers back in classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
That's all I have to sign up for public comment. So one of the things that I would like to look at as a board is I think it's important to hear from the public, obviously. And I think it's important to make that as easy as possible to hear from the public in an appropriate way. I think we keep again, this is my opinion, and I don't know if we need a motion for this, but there just might be some changes working with the board clerk on this, but we keep the sign-up sheets, because I know there's a lot of people that utilize those, and for whatever reason, and I think that's one way that we can get the public to participate in these meetings and hear from them. But that's not always feasible for some. So what I would also like to do is the items that we will be taking action on and that we will accept public comment for, we're going to have sign-up sheets at the back door, kind of like we have here, and make sure that you can, and so the public will be able to come to a meeting, they'll be able to sign up at the door, whether they want to speak to that agenda item or not. You can just put down there, you want to be, if you're in favor of it, you support it. If you don't want to speak, that's fine. If you are not in favor of an agenda item and you don't want to speak, that's fine also. But I do want to make sure that we're listening from our patrons in the school district also. So we'll look at maybe incorporating some of those administrative changes, just making sure if there's any change to policy that we're looking at that first. But that's just, I wanted to throw that out there because I think it's extremely important that we're listening to everybody who wants us to listen to them. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is consent agenda. For those of you who don't know what a consent agenda, quickly, it's just a bunch of stuff thrown into one area that we routinely have to, as a board, look at, and take action on, approve, don't disapprove. So it's kind of all lumped together. Are there any questions on the consent agenda from any of the trustees? I have a small one about the minutes that I found. It's not a big one, but while you're formulating your whatever questions you might have. So in the minutes of this last meeting, I even made a note of it. It's just a date more than anything else. I just want to make sure it's not going to be an issue. I don't think so, but on the last page, on page 4 of the minutes, the regular board meeting that was dated January 1st, 2022. I think an 8 was left off there, just a typo. I don't know if it's not a substantive issue, but something that I noticed. Anyone else have questions on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion?
I have a question, so this may not be the appropriate time, I may have waited too long. I have a couple of things that I wanted to move from the consent agenda to the action.
Okay, well, let's act on the motion on the table first,
Okay,
and depending on that motion. So there's been a motion on the table to approve the consent agenda. It's been seconded by Trustee Simpson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
nay.
It's 3-2. Okay, so that motion has been defeated, so Trustee Taylor.
So I would like to motion that we approve the consent agenda, but I would like to move, so again, if I need to reword this, it's totally fine, I would like to move into action items. The approval of sorry, I'm a little off base because I feel like we switched them a little. So from the consent agenda, I would like to move, oh, you know what's happening is I'm on the wrong Word doc here. Give me just a second, guys. So from the consent agenda, I would like to move two things. The out-of-state trip request for Skyview High School Journal and Education Association. And the out-of-state, sorry, three things. The out-of-state trip request Columbia High School Choir Festival. Just because I don't think it's regular business on the consent agenda, I just believe that it belongs in the action agenda, is my understanding after everything I've reviewed that I've been given. So I do believe because it's going to be new business and it's an action item and not something that we just regularly consent, I'd like it moved there. And then the second item was
So in the consent agenda right now.
sorry, just because I'm a little lost on some of the wrong thing, but there was something else on the consent agenda about staff contracts.
Oh, personnel.
Personnel report.
So we've got the minutes, I think that question of the minutes, there's a personnel report, consent agenda, statement of receipts.
That's general report. Let me look really quick. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yes, it was. Yeah, it was the approval of the personnel report.
So you would like to move the approval of monthly personnel report.
And the two trips just to the action items.
What were the other two items down there?
F and I.
Correct.
So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items B, F, and I.
Except Chair, you can't do that, but I would so move the exact same thing.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I thought you said you'd move the motion.
No, I would entertain a motion.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I just didn't hear you right.
Well, you cut me off guard.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought you were moving it,
No.
but I would like to just do the exact same thing you
Okay.
said.
So it's been moved by Trustee Simpson to move those three items, B, F, and I, out of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
I
Oh,
second.
sorry, I misunderstood. So our practice is that if one trustee wants anything off the consent agenda, we don't vote, it just
It just moves.
It just
Oh.
moves. We automatically,
Oh,
the past board has agreed that we would then move it to the action to have discussion on those items.
so I'm sorry. We were on the same page because when I
Yes.
said I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items B, F, and I, you
Okay.
said I will make that motion. And I
Yes.
screwed it all
That's okay. We just need a second.
up. Okay, so we need a second on that.
I second.
Okay. So it has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda except for items B, F, and I that will be moved to action item. All approved, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, moving on to then that new action items. New business. So the first one on the agenda is one that we just moved from the consent agenda. So we will look at the monthly approval of monthly personnel report. Want to move that out?
Oh, you're moving our new business. I'm sorry, I already had the IRI pulled up. I did. So which one, the trip?
No, monthly personnel report.
Okay, so here was my issue with that. So I went through what we were sent. Let me pull this up really quick. So in going through the monthly personnel report, there's a request for resignation of certified staff with signed contract. And then we also have approval of new people coming in. My concern was, and again, going through everything that I'm reading, that the Idaho Professional Standards for Educators Principle 8, that it could possibly be a breach of contract and that they have to provide the board with written request. In the board packet, I don't have that. I just have who it is. So personally, I think that we need to have more information provided. Not that I don't realize that this will be a case-by-case basis and that it isn't essential. I totally appreciate that there is a time for people to move on. I just want to make sure that we're doing it correctly, especially because we're also in a shortage crisis. So I simply wanted more information. That's why I wanted to move it there. Is that normally how this discussion would go as to why we moved it?
No, the request to new business is then to discuss.
Correct, and I just discussed. So my question was just to make sure that once we move it here.
So
Can we ask our legal counsel if that's necessary?
Yeah.
The releasing of certificated staff from contracts needs to be approved by the board. It's appropriate to do it in the consent agenda, and it's appropriate to move it out and discuss it. So it is case by case. Administration has reviewed these and made recommendations to approve them. So the question would be, why not? Be a lot of background information there. Some of it can't be shared publicly because of personnel matters, which make it difficult also.
I'm sorry, one more time. I just didn't
There
hear.
are personnel matters, so the reasons may not be discussed in open session.
Right.
So some of these may need to be discussed in executive session. I don't know the particulars of each and every one of these. So that would be the difficulty with going into a detailed discussion of these to determine whether or not the recommendation of your administrators should be approved.
So, and just for my understanding, which is why I wanted to move it there. So understanding that it could be a breach of contract, and what it does outline is that the board is supposed to be provided with written request. So just to understand what my job is in this situation is really my main question, just to make sure that we're following that by code, because my understanding was that it could actually be something against the teacher's certificate.
Well, what the process is the written request will go to administration.
Okay.
And they would review it and make a recommendation to the board whether or not to grant that request.
Okay.
So that would have been done. And so the decision whether or not to allow them to be released from the contract is discretionary. They can't just walk off the job.
Sure.
That's the breach of contract. They can request to be released, and once they're released with the permission of the board, then they have not breached the contract.
With the permission of, well, once they give that to the district and then she gives it to the board and the board releases it, then it's over.
You don't know about lots of them that are not necessarily approved and recommended.
Sure.
Because a lot of them say personal reasons, and those are the reasons we can't discuss in open session.
Sure.
But by agreeing to these in consent, on a consent agenda, you're not violating any law. You're basically following the recommendation and trusting your administration to do their due diligence and make recommendations based on what they believe is in the best interest of the students in the district.
I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah.
That's how I feel right now.
Right, and so that's really what we're doing here is we're formalizing a process that is required by the statute, but depending upon the expertise of your administration to provide you direction, because you don't know all these individuals. As you talked about the principals know those teachers. And they've talked to the superintendent, and they've all discussed this and decided, yes, under these circumstances, we agree to release this teacher from the contract.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Sure. Walter, is this report, is it conceivable that would be the written the written request? So this personnel report, does that qualify as the written request to be released from?
Yes, that's the request to the board from administration on behalf of the teacher.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this issue?
I guess I was just gonna say as a new board member, and this is new for, when I'm having to make a decision on something that I don't know anything about, I feel like we're like the middle person to make a decision, you know, that an educational decision based on information. And I mean, this might not be a good situation in this because it's a staff member, but because there's going to be other issues where I can't always go off of recommendations and make an educational decision, you know, because it's me voting on something that I don't really know enough about.
Right.
And I feel like that's my position, is to know.
And the vast
So I feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, the vast majority of your decisions don't involve sensitive personnel matters. And so they can be discussed in the board meeting. This happens to be one of those situations where it is a sensitive personnel matter. And if you really had a question, we could take it into executive session and discuss it and come back out and then make the vote. If that was a legitimate concern, maybe somebody knows the teacher of the circumstances. I don't know, but there might be a reason to do that. But ordinarily going through the process as it is set up, to go through the principal, go through administration, get your approval is acceptable.
Okay,
And believe
thank
me, there'll be plenty of personnel matters that they go to termination, but you'll hear a lot more than you really want to hear on a particular teacher than a termination, for example.
So this is an easy one.
This is an easy one.
Okay, thank you.
As a reminder, the invitation to all of the trustees that we sent out earlier this week, if there are questions like that, it's a phone call so that we can then share what we can share with you. So anything on the consent agenda I'm comfortable with or aren't sure about, please pick up the phone, call administration. So that we can
Okay.
Any other comments?
That was perfect.
This is an action item.
So I motion to approve the approval of the monthly personnel report.
It's been motioned by trustee Taylor and seconded by trustee Kim to approve the monthly personnel report. Is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Moving on to the next item is out-of-state trip request that was moved from consent agenda. Our Skyview High School Journalism Education Association going to Los Angeles on April 5th through 9th. And so
Okay, so I just moved both of these items since we're going to talk about them over here because they're not monthly and occurring, so I believe that they belong in action. And then I also had a question on, is it generally best practice that we bring them in and we talk to them about that? Just to make sure.
not sure what that best practice, superintendent, did you?
So this is an example of two items that were really just informational. The board doesn't have to act. We use the consent agenda. We don't want you finding out about our kids being in California in an accident because you had no idea they were there. So we have a pretty thorough process. It starts at the building level. That activity director makes sure that funds are in place and that they've secured the right type of housing and that type of stuff done. And then it goes through So there's an activity director, the principal, and then Mr. Steve LeBou, since these are both secondary, goes through that. So it really is not an action item for the board. It really is a notification so that you're aware that we might have kids who are out of state. And of course, in all things COVID, we do have an additional layer to make sure we're not sending kids into a situation where they might not be safe for some reason. Although at this point, all activities that have reasonable precautions, like most conferences are requiring some type of check-in or some type of screening. Most of these conferences are being approved for those reasons. So really good question. You probably don't want to bring in a group for every time somebody does an overnight activity. Really, that's an administrative task, and you need to stay up here at the big broad level and give us direction.
So, excuse me, but you mentioned that we don't need to take action on this, it's just more of a notification, but isn't there a policy somewhere that says the board must approve all out-of-state travel? Or am I not reading that somewhere?
I have to go back and we felt like I got that too,
which is why I moved it.
the board is notified of all out-of-state travel.
Notified, but that's not the same as approved though.
Okay, so we should go back and
Clarify
that again, and we can do that.
Okay, and just because I felt like I read that as well, but totally understood that the process would be different. Thank you.
And so since we did move this to new business, we do need to take action on this. So put the motion, entertain a motion.
So I'm just gonna vote to approve F and I as written. So I make a motion to approve both F and I from the action agenda move from the consent agenda.
Second. It's been moved and seconded by Trustee Kip, and then by Trustee Taylor, seconded by Trustee Kip to approve both items F and I. Any discussion on that motion? All approved, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Moving on to the next agenda item. Early winter IRI results.
Nope,
Yeah, we
I
did those
did.
together.
F and I.
Trustee Taylor was just being official.
I was using less words.
So next agenda item, early winter IRI results. I think that's why you're standing in the in the batter's box, right?
Hold this microphone, okay. Good evening, Chairman Kirkman and trustees.
I'm sorry, if you could, if you could just tell us your name also, just kind of help, it'll help us kind of get to know you a little bit more.
As I said hello, I was going to introduce myself, so thank you. No, that's okay. My name is Anita Christensen-Coons. I'm an assessment director here for the Nampa School District. I do all of our accountability and data and spending a lot of time hopefully getting to share great news with you as we talk about student learning and the important things that we do every day. I was really excited to share with you tonight, and I will try to keep it short because I know you have a long agenda this evening, but I will get an opportunity to talk to you a few more times. We are required to administer the IRI twice a year in September and in May for the state of Idaho, but we also choose to administer it 2 additional times district-wide, an early winter IRI that we did in December and a late winter IRI that we'll do in March. So we get that snapshot district-wide, how our kids are performing in those early literacy skills. We had some very exciting news here in the first 4 months of school. So we administered in September and we did it again in December. And we wanted to compare it to last year. And you may think with me, COVID year, do we really want to compare it to last year? Interesting thing is our COVID data from fall to early winter last year was very similar to previous fall and winter data. This year, we blew it out of the water, and I just wanted to come celebrate with you. I get really excited about this because we have great things to talk about and great learning going with our kids. When you look at this, we blew it out of the water. We grew 7.8% more of our kids proficient than we did the year before, if you look at our overall at the bottom. And that in and of itself is huge. That's so much growth in a short amount of time because what you have to get in the fall to be proficient increases for every kid every month you have to perform, right? We expect growth all year just to stay proficient. We not only did that, we closed gaps with kids who are struggling. And my favorite part of this, which may not be nearly as exciting to you, but if you look at the gray area with me, and I get excited. If you look at these gray areas, those are our kids that are at the lowest level. They're below the performance level that we expect. But I just want you to admire how we shrunk those gaps at every grade level. If you get all the way down here to our overall, we shrunk that by 8%. We moved those kids out of that 3 up to 2, up to 1 to that proficient level, and that is exciting. You don't see that same kind of growth the year before, but that is something to really admire. Like, we love to move proficient kids, but we want to move every kid as much as we can. And even to just move that on top of the expectation of growth is pretty fantastic. So we get really excited when we see that on that. In the packet, I gave you a ton of information about subgroups. In the past, the board has loved to look at all of those subgroups and to look at some of our sub-test information. I think for the sake of your sanity, if you want, I can delve in a little more. If you want, I could also wait for you to meet again in April, and we can talk a little more about that for your sake of your time, or I will talk about it now, but it's in your packet. Enjoy.
So can you scroll down just a little bit back up to the pretty circles? Phenomenal. I mean, honestly, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's fantastic, especially when we're talking about learning loss and things like that, and stressing and wondering if we're getting to hit those marks and show some improvement. So, I mean, yeah, I guess you said it better than anyone else could. You knocked it out of the park. What were you expecting?
It was tough after COVID year, as I like to call our COVID impacted data year. We knew that we would see great growth with our kids, but we were also really surprised if we take a look at where our kickers came in compared to the year before. We started the fall with just 27.6% of our kids coming in kinder ready. With last year, fall of 2020, we had 41.8% of our kickers come in kinder ready. And so that was a pretty lower expectation at the start of the year, but look how much growth that group of kinders made. It is pretty phenomenal growth. And we get to see that across the board. The only grade level that didn't score higher early winter than they did last year early winter is our second grade group, but all the rest outperformed it, and they still grew way more than our last year's second grade groups. There's a lot to celebrate on this page. I almost just used this page, but I want to put
Yeah, that's good forward. Can you break down page 5 for me? Am I on? It's not labeled. Okay, hold on. It is. Just tell me what I'm looking at.
Oh, this is the breakdown of our subgroups that have enough kids included. It is actually a right students looking at the graph on the page 4. Okay, that actually looks at that receptivity. Yep. And we looked at that fall, early winter, and the performance of those groups. So we want to compare those groups. And it can be a little overwhelming to see it at first if you start down at kindergarten and you're like, how are those groups so far apart? But I would encourage you to look at the trend. We want all of our subgroups to be as close to our big group, which is going to be our white students that are showing and reflected on it. What I really want to point out to you, to see the longer they're in our program, the easier we were able to close that gap. The longer you're in, you just see our subgroups start to get closer and closer, which is good, right? The longer you're in our system, the more we can help close those gaps.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything you're showing me is phenomenal. I'm only asking just because when I went through all of this, these were where my questions lie. So my gray group, when I'm looking at the graph from 2nd to 3rd grade, I have a little bit of that lower where we didn't see that. Do we know any guesses? Just no.
We don't have great guesses. You can go back to that first page and look at that cohort of the group overall, but that group has some work to close that. And the tough thing is that 2nd to 3rd grade group that you think about, you really move from all the carpet time, being close together with kids to more of a traditional classroom setting. And COVID's impact on that could have made that transition a little more difficult.
Sure, Kirk, let me ask a question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Anita, this is really fantastic. It's such encouraging information. Thank you. Thank you, district. So because we are concerned about all of our kids, I have to ask this question. So I'm not trying to pick on the one little bit that's not good here, but I have to ask about our SPED kids, our first and second grade. Do we have any strategies that maybe some of our learning loss money may help I just was seeing our first grade, we didn't move, if I'm reading this correctly, and then our second grade actually lost a little between fall and early winter. And do we have any strategies in place? Are we thinking some of our federal money might help in these things?
Yes, and I don't want to misspeak, so I'm going to make sure I look over here because Dr. Cook is not here on special instructors.
Sure.
They actually put a lot of funds into looking at those early literacy materials that they're using and getting those materials in the hands of teachers and getting them all trained up to use it. So I do hope we see some of that gap closing, but I don't know where we're at in that implementation.
Sure. And again, thank you, because this is great. Because I just want to say, always be mindful of all our kids.
And just another important component related to this, we're seeing higher than usual absences in our special ed population. Some of it's related to parents choosing to keep their kids home if there's something going on in the school. So we need kids there to start with. And so when they are there, we are making advances, but we are seeing, particularly in our extended classrooms, where kids are not able to mask by federal guidelines and mandate. We are seeing spread, we are seeing opportunities for kids to not be there and their teachers to not be there. So we are struggling with that as a district.
Chair Kirkman, can I actually ask a question, follow up off of what Superintendent Taylor just said? Did you say some of our kids can't mask because of federal guidelines for them in our SPED program? I just wanted to make sure I heard that appropriately. Thank you.
Well, keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
We have amazing teachers. Really
Yes, you
work
do.
hard, so we're very lucky.
Thank you so much.
I should have asked any other comments or questions. Next item on the agenda is approval of wireless LAN recommendation. Expert.
Just so everybody knows, I'm Peter Juris. I'm the Executive Director of Operations, and I've got Cody Krebs here, the Information Services Director, to help answer any questions. Hopefully the memo gave you everything you need to know. We're looking for your approval on this, so we can go out and start issuing POs and wait for the federal government to approve it, and then we get a sorry percent of the money. So.
Sorry, I just comment on it. I was going up to the money sometimes, with especially with this technology. Absolutely. Is there timeframes with this timelines?
We need to get this approval so we can then get it submitted to USAC, the agency that's in charge of processing this for the FCC. Their deadline is sometime in March for that, so we definitely need to get this in and delayed from December to this week for all the questions.
Any questions of Mr. Juris?
Move to approve.
I second.
Been motion by Trustee Gibbs, seconded by Trustee Taylor to approve recommendations. On any discussion on that motion?
I just actually want to say thank you for having it all there and so comprehensive and being here to present. It's very appreciated.
All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next item on the agenda is a possible action item for board training dates and topics. Open for discussion. No, this was something that we were trying to get scheduled in December. Yep. Okay.
So I just want to know what the hope was in that. Like, what was it that, because it wasn't something that we initially had conversation on, what was for our remainder, like our remaining board members, what was it that you guys were hoping to gain out of that training? I mean, obviously training and all that good stuff, but like, what was the emphasis for? My question makes sense?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
I think one thing that's really helpful about that can be reviewed regularly is trustee responsibility versus superintendent's. You know, those questions have come tonight, and I think some of those kind of things could be really helpful. And just maybe the way a lot of what has been put together in our procedure handbook here may be helpful for us to look at together. So again, just getting us all on the same page, you know, how our meetings have typically run. If there's ways we want to change that, we can address that, but it's helpful maybe if we do that together rather than in an open session. It's just a little more efficient.
Sure.
And so there's lots of different topics that we talk about. Christy will be great help with this as well. But as in terms of a date, because I think that's what we're talking about, Chair Kirkham, would we want to just pick a regular day every other month or every month or once a quarter and just set that for training?
So discussing a little bit about the topics and which to address, who would provide the training? I guess is the question I would have. Sure. I mean, what is there?
Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in the past, in my experience, you know, we've gone to ISBA. That was really helpful. Back in earlier this month, we had figured out a date with our attorneys. You know, to talk about some legal aspects of it as well. So yeah, there's two off the top of my head. I'm sure there's other bodies, but those are the go-tos in my mind. Trustee Simpson might have some other thoughts about that as well.
I think just, it's a lot, and it is, you're drinking from a fire hose. And right off the bat, like moving into this meeting and how does it work, so just some of those, what exactly, some of the questions to our attorney, that was the intent, was that some of those could have been asked ahead of time and trained on our role. But just to get you guys feeling comfortable, and then the five of us feeling comfortable and trained together, work as a team.
So in talking with both of those dates, of course, I do think Chrissy's going to be a phenomenal resource, hence my nomination. But what I really hear is, which I think is definitely something, but responsibilities for both the board and superintendent. I think that that's something that definitely could be a focus. And then I think best practices, especially because we want to make sure we're holding ourselves accountable to each other and the community and to the, just to everybody that we do serve. So I like the idea of both of those. Chair, can we ask if Chrissy has any, is this an appropriate time just because it is her expertise, anything that maybe we could call upon from your expertise?
Well, and I think maybe this discussion we could have possibly in a work session. I think that might be a better place to do that. But one thing I do want to say is that I had a thought. Did anyone see it?
Actually, I watched it with your face.
But yeah, I think that discussion would be better had in a work session. But as far as the training, absolutely. I totally 100% agree with it. My thoughts going to come back to that. Anyways.
So would we want to set dates now, or how would you want to, how would you direct us?
You brought up the quarterly. I think the quarterly 4 times a year. I think that's a pretty good schedule. I don't know, looking at exact dates that might happen, but I think certainly once a quarter. And we can schedule this first quarter. You can look at that on February 14th. We have a board meeting. But I don't know, what do you think? You want to set a schedule for this? Do you want to set a date for this first quarter, or do it by quarters? I don't want to get too deep into the details of discussing this, but if we want to set, we can discuss that in
Yeah, the Junior Planning Committee would do that, you two with the competition of the administration, but I think doing something this quarter is.
That's something to source some dates out.
Well, February 28th, I think the sooner the better, and that would be kind of follow the pattern of two meetings in a month, not that we need to do that every month, 2 in February, that's kind of the next, maybe most quickest timeline, unless we want to do something this month, that might be too short.
And I also don't want to limit, especially in first quarter, personally, I want us to be actively effective board. So if that's gonna push us more to that place, the sooner the better, so I would even propose to the first quarter.
So February 28th was one date that came up for the first training. Right now, that's empty on my calendar. Why don't we schedule February 28th for the first training, and then we'll discuss in agenda building what that first training might entail, who that trainer is. I remembered what my thought was. Is there any other comment or question about this, or do we need to set another date? What are you looking at the second quarter?
I'd rather we just leave this one only because in my lack of tired mind, I'm praying I dropped my phone in my car on the way in and not outside. So I don't have access to all my calendars. I apologize. But I will make it myself available, but if we could just keep this one and then move in February's next board meeting, hopefully to set some other dates if we want to plan it out further.
Is we'll see your how we can have a budget workshop and that this year budget. So why don't we put on that agenda?
I think that's good. I think that's good. You have a comment or question on that? So the thought I had, it's probably outdated already, was, I've heard a couple of times through this meeting that typically we have done, or we've always done this or whatever, and I appreciate that. I think there's value in what's worked to continue to work that way. But what I don't want is to box us into a place that we're not looking out and looking to better and looking to, because I think that's what our community wants. Is they want to see some change. So while I respect absolutely what has been accomplished by previous boards and what the administration is doing, I definitely don't want to get us boxed into a place where so that was my thought. So we have first meeting in February on 28th. Is that something we can motion on that? I don't know if that's it's not necessarily an action item.
Yeah, it's listed as a possible action item. To set February 28th as a training day. Okay. Subject to the agenda planning committee's plan for training.
Okay.
I second.
It's been moved by Trustee Kemp, second by Trustee Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Say nay. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a brief recess?
I was going to ask. So let's take a brief recess. We'll be back here at 14. Let's be back in 5 minutes. Is that enough? Okay.
Great. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, let's come back to order. We only got a few more items that are gonna last hours, so we're gonna. It's humor, it's humor. So the next item on the agenda is is an action item, appointment to board committees.
Wait, are we?
What was that?
There is one.
Yeah, we discussed that.
Taken care of.
Is there something else? I want to make sure we're not missing.
Oh, so I don't know about, I don't know if we were going to talk about part-time, full-time, is that another?
I just really think that for now, we know what the job is, but I think that we outlined with Chrissy, because I don't know. I just don't know, especially now as we're trying to come together and we're trying to become more effective board. I personally think we should table this conversation before we outline all of that until we have more time to understand what it is that
And, Mr. Chairman, it's just that, I mean, this is a financial responsibility. You know, this is a key part of our responsibility, and we need to compensate our board clerk appropriately. I think we would like to set some kind of boundary, come quickly, some kind of agreed upon boundary of that pay. So this isn't about a person, it's about a position.
Okay.
So that we compensate that person adequately and appropriately, but not, you know, not say this is a full, not saying it's full time. That's the other end of the spectrum, right? You know, you have 2 hours a week to do this job, or you have 40 hours a week. So where do we put that, and how do we get to a place of agreement on compensation? And I'm not suggesting we need to do that right now.
Oh, I get it.
I think we need to do that quickly with our HR. Ms. Hamlin, to get that settled. So I'm not exactly sure how to proceed, but I could make a motion that we get this settled in the next 2 weeks or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's.
I did.
I was just thinking, if we could even ask the clerk to provide us with what she kind of has put it, like, how can the clerk meet the needs and the wants of the board? And maybe provide us a document or something that we can maybe look at in the next couple of weeks also.
Yeah, and I think part of what you're looking for is on in our board package. That's a big part of. I think what I'm hearing you ask is, some of what the time that has been spent, and at least some of that is here. Yeah,
A good start. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. Whatever you.
Okay, well, go with Trustee Pearson. I was going to say something. I saw her mention. Yeah.
It's linear, it's not. Chair.
Chair. Answered my question.
He did. Oh, I answered the question. Any other questions?
Somebody did. Great.
My question was.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion then that we resolve compensation for the board clerk in conference with our director of HR, Brook Taylor, in the next 2 weeks. Is that reasonable? That's my motion. You can vote it down.
Motion's on the table. Second.
Second.
It's been motion and second. Any discussion on that motion?
no clarification. I guess, because I do think that this is appropriate, I just would like to see us give ourselves 30 days, just because I think that we always have a lot to tackle and a lot coming through. So I do think quick is important, but I really do think 30 days just to really assess what it is that we're wanting to meeting.
So in that time frame between now and, because she's appointed as clerk, between now and 30 days, is she getting compensated? I mean, I think that's the question that Mike's bringing up. And how?
I'd say,
How much? So I think it's 2 weeks.
right, I think that in the interim of that, we continue to do what we've already been provided by the district. I think that that is completely sufficient, why we determine really what that is over the next 30 days.
When you say provided by the district, what does that mean?
Is it their compensation plan that you guys already have outlined?
The stipend.
The stipend.
Yeah.
So we would have to meet with the HR director and see what's appropriate at this point, because I don't know that she's had an opportunity to understand the
I'm sorry,
We have to put that at a board.
as far as compensation.
Yes, so even though you're talking about this, like, it's board, it's gonna make that more clear. Because the proposal period, we meet with the, is that what you said? Just to get the HR. HR, or directing your superintendent.
I just was, you're right, it probably wasn't clear, because I'm not exactly sure the steps to take, except that we need to consult with HR. That's all the part that I'm mostly,
So I second it mainly just because I wanted to ask questions like that, like is 2 weeks really doable? And how many, I don't know that we all necessarily need to meet with Gwen. I do think, to me, looking at the budget as well and how that works and where it will play into the budget is important as well. But if that's the board chair and the superintendent making that meeting and then bringing it to the board, I was thinking more next board meeting in February, the regular, instead of the 2 weeks kind of thing. Does that make, I don't know, but yeah, I wanted to talk about it more, so I seconded it.
And for clarification, are we saying that at that next board meeting, we would be able to have this open discussion, asking you for clarification? You would have to have that discussion at that meeting.
what we presented, I mean, we have job description, hours, compensation, and then that gets presented at that, I think would be.
Or like, here's how the stipend would be.
Yeah.
Given, I mean, I don't even know how it works. Where
Well, I
she's
know
not
that
an
we
employee.
and in the last meeting, I know that trustee Westfall had suggested that we do put a bigger compensation package because it's something that the board had talked about for a really long time.
Yeah.
So I also think that it would be knowledgeable too in the way that it moves, just because I've heard this be a topic of conversation with you guys actually have been. So.
It's not been, it's been a topic, but it's not been clear. If that's going to
Correct.
proceed.
Yeah, that's correct. So I think that I would like a time frame that we determine that, but I guess I'm confused by which the metric is.
And just as a reminder, in order for us to hire, we have to start with the job description. If you don't understand what the job description is, our HR director.
Sure. Being that you have a job description, is it valuable? Like being that, say that those are the bare bones of the skeleton, I wanted to look at it and give all these. Okay.
It's a document for action.
Yep, I have that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing the board say, if I was different, is that we take from now until the next board meeting, regular board meeting in February, myself, Superintendent Keller, or if you're available, we can, and the new clerk can sit with the HR director, use the document as a starting point, job description, and maybe that's sufficient, maybe that's not, but that's conversations that we can have, kind of hold that a little bit, meet with Hamlin about the HR director about this, and then at the next board meeting, present what that is, including the compensation. Since it's a personnel, is that the conversation that we would need to have in executive session when it comes to?
The personnel hire would show up on the personnel report. So if we settle on the job description, are there, this isn't line with the district able to pay or pays similar types of things. This will not decide whether or not that's appropriate for her. And you can completely all of that.
Okay, thanks. Very good. Okay, so that's what I'm hearing.
Yes, the only thing I need clarification on is in the interim of that, if there are other things that I foresee that would really fit into that role, if I have suggestions in that capacity, is that something that I'm gonna email into my chair, the superintendent? Perfect.
Yeah, the input that, I think that's appropriate way to provide that from the board is through that protocol.
So I think we're making a motion to for chair superintendent to use the current job description and information provided by the district. Evaluate and ascertain board's commissioner responsibilities.
Yes, that's delicious.
Yes, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what I wanted trustee Kip to amend his motion too.
Yeah.
And then I would then also second it still with that amendment.
So the motion that's in the record from trustee Kip, seconded by trustee Simpson. That's the motion that we voted on. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next item on the agenda is now the board committees. Appointment to board committees.
So I actually would just like to motion to table this, and primarily because I don't have enough information to make the decision. We haven't gotten a lot of information on committees. We've had stuff come through the email about different committees. So I would like the opportunity to table this into our next meeting, and then in the during that time, I would really love to get a complete list of all committees, the roster. If we feel that they're pertinent, I just would like to have a better understanding of all of these committees. Like, we got an email about a later start committee, which I love the idea of that initiative. I've done a lot of research on that. So I want more information before we're able to actually do this. So I motion to table this until our next meeting.
Before you make that motion, I'm sorry. Can I ask Superintendent Keller, would you mind? Well, I guess my question, similar to trustee Taylor's, is what is this memo about?
So the board gets to participate in basically two types of committees. One is a board committee, which is actually a subcommittee, and board members actually sit on that committee. And we are required to post using open meeting laws that this meeting is meeting, and we have to have an agenda. And so there's those type of committees. We don't have any more of those committees, correct? So in the document, it's actually a memo, not an email, but it's a memo in your board.
Right.
We've said previously, we've had something like this, but we no longer do. So that email is complete with all committees, with the exception of curricular committees, which the board approves the content of those because they're defined by law. So it was an attempt to help the board reappoint, because we had trustees exit who are on the policy committee. And so if we're going to keep moving policy, we need a group of trustees being willing to look at it beforehand from the trustees' perspective. We have the Preston Capel, which is defined in a previous policy who participates. It's money that we give at a 0% loan to our graduates so they can participate in further education. A trustee needs to sit on that. So it was an attempt to make sure that our trustees were seated in the policies, so that those committees, so that that work could continue. So trustee Taylor, that is a complete list of what currently is active, and we described it as either administrative or board.
So in regards to the email that we received then on like the Start Late Committee, not relevant to any of this.
So it's listed on that memo. And again, I think it's in the board packet, not an email.
I think the clarification is that we received a patron comment.
Correct.
In an email about the start time committee.
So I wasn't CC'd on that email, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Which is what I think caused a lot of that confusion. I'd still, thank you.
So thank you, Superintendent. There's two administrative committees. Facilities committee, which I trustee, former trustee Ross, about, is it people about? And then there are board, and then there was a
the policy.
There's another administrator who was the late start
That was the
time.
later start time.
So there's those three
So
administrators.
there's three administrators.
And then one more committee.
Yeah, one board committee, which is the policy. Yeah. So there's no other, there's just
The
one board committee.
committee, and policy is not a board committee, it's an administrative
My bad.
committee that board members participate on. Because we do not post agendas, we do not post times, but we do want trustees, because this is your area. The one board committee that we did have was the graduation requirement committee that Ross co-chaired. And that committee is now retired. There were maybe one before last fall. So we currently have no active board committee
I think that's not right. What about the negotiations team? I mean,
So
we
I
speak
think I
of that
explained
differently, yeah,
The, yeah.
okay.
I did explain the calendar committee and how it's constructed.
Yeah.
And it's not good for other trustees that outlined it. But it'd be great to table it and.
I still, yeah,
Some more education.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly what I still stand by that motion. I move to table this until our next meeting.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to table this particular agenda item. Is there a second? Second. There's been motion and second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Trustee Simpson looks like. Okay.
Ready to.
I didn't know if you were getting ready to say something. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that item has been tabled. Next item on the agenda is possible action item, update staff guidelines in opening plan. So, just Superintendent, apologies. Could you maybe start the discussion, maybe where this is coming from your perspective?
Sure, so previously, the board has approved our opening plan. It is the plan that we are actively taking care of and administrating through the administration. In that plan, there is one line that references staff and compels us to require them to spend 10 days if they test positive out of the classroom, or 10 days out of the classroom if they were a close contact. On day 6, they can test, and if they choose to test, because we don't mandate tests, if they choose to test, then they can return. The new CDC guidelines has reduced that mandatory quarantine time or isolation time to 5 days. And that is what has been keeping us open to the extent that we have. And so we would like the board to officially amend that opening document to allow us to honor the new CDC guidelines for general population for the adults in our buildings. Yeah. I do. Okay, so I realize that this can be sensitive, so I do have quite a few questions here. I've reviewed everything that you sent, so, and I've asked a few already via email. If needs be, I can re-ask those, but I still need more understanding. So I'm reading right now that our current plan reads that symptomatic staff or students should seek COVID-19 testing from their regular physician or through the local public health authority. If a student or staff receives a positive COVID-19 test result, the person should remain home for at least 10 days after illness onset and 24 hours after fever is gone without use of fever-reducing medication and other symptoms are improving. If a symptomatic person does not undergo COVID-19 testing, the person should remain home until 24 hours after fever is gone without the use of fever-reducing medicine and other symptoms are improving. That's what's outlined in our plan, correct?
Correct, and that follows previous CDC guidelines.
Okay, so what I'm reading when you're giving this to us, so that I totally understand, is this is the guidance that you're giving, again, only applicable to staff, correct? But just because I'm gonna read it, adults. So I'm just gonna read it as it stands, just for the record, because again, we're only talking for adults. I'm reading as the CDC guidelines stand, so I don't want there to be confusion that we're reading about students, but I'm reading this out loud for clarification. Okay. Students, teachers, and staff who come into close contact with someone with COVID-19 should quarantine for at least 5 days after their last close contact with someone with COVID-19 if they are in one of the following age groups. Age 18 years or older and completed the primary series of recommended vaccine more than 6 months ago but have not received a recommended booster shot. Those who have received the single dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine completing primary series over 2 months ago and have not received a recommended booster shot, and those who are not fully vaccinated or have not completed a primary vaccine series. All student teachers and staff who have been exposed to someone with COVID-19 should wear a fitted mask around others for 10 days from the date of the last close contact with someone with COVID-19 and watch for symptoms, so on and so forth. They should also get tested at least 5 days after having the close contact with COVID-19. If they test positive or develop COVID-19 symptoms, they should follow recommendations for isolation. Isolation recommendations include. So are you asking that we take what we have in that policy and adopt what the CDC has outlined for adults in its entirety? And I ask because what we currently have doesn't mention isolation. It doesn't mention quarantine. Sorry, not because isolation was defined as like once positive, isolating at home, correct?
So our document doesn't mention quarantine at all for students, but our practice with staff in order to make sure that we are limiting spread has addressed quarantine for staff. So yes, we are asking you to adopt the new CDC guidelines for our staff so that we, if they are healthy individuals, they can return to the mask after quarantine or isolation, testing positive or be near a close contact at day 6.
Okay, why do you need us to approve this if you can do this without us?
One statement in the plan does include staff and tells us
10 days.
that it's 10 days. So we would love to do that now so that we're following the guidelines that the board has set forth. I have shared with you pretty consistently every day what we're trying to do in order to stay open and what our practices have changed to. We would like you to with that for staff.
I'd like to move it to 1 day. But I know the CDC guidelines are not 1 day.
Do we have to agree with the CDC guidelines? I don't agree with the CDC guidelines. I don't think that they're accurate. I don't think their numbers are accurate.
So the further we get away with some type of guidelines, whether that's Southwest District Health or CDC, then the closer this board gets to being liable if something goes wrong. As long as we can make, and our attorney will clarify this, as long as we have a reasonable plan in place that follows some type of guidance that's out there, as a board, you are protected liability. So if the staff member would die, if your student would get sick and be permanently disabled or whatever, the further we get with no documentation to support that, the more liable we are.
And we're just being asked to move it from 10 to 5. We're moving it down.
So we are being asked, but there's a lot written here. So I want to understand fully what we're doing because none of what's in this policy is something that we do. So there's the one thing that we need to change. But I do have, Chair, I have a question for you. This is your favorite time of day. Yeah, I'm sure, and I'm sorry. So talk to me about our current plan from a legal standpoint. I own businesses. I've had to go through this a billion times. So talk to me when I'm reading and the differences, but talk to me when I'm reading right here in our plan that says symptomatic staff or students should seek COVID-19 testing from their regular physician or through the local public health authority. That like has our plan outlines. Where does our plan lie? What is the difference between that and the CDC guidance? And explain to me my liability.
Well, let's back up a little bit. One of the big difference between a school district and a private employer is we receive government funds.
Sure.
And these requirements are tied to those funds. If we didn't accept any government funds, we wouldn't have to follow these guidelines.
But which requirements? Because my original opening plan that was approved by the previous board doesn't follow what's written by the CDC.
They don't follow verbatim.
Correct.
They need to have a reasonable plan in place. The original funding guidelines and requirements are broad enough that allow us some discretion, but we can't just ignore it.
I understand.
So that's,
I'm not trying to ignore it.
That's what the district decided at the time. The board administration was reasonable under the circumstances and moved forward with that.
And is your recommendation different now as legal counsel?
The recommendation at the time was it was acceptable under the guidelines, ESER guidelines, and these changes are also acceptable, and I would recommend them. They do reduce period of quarantine
quarantine, so actually it makes it easier for the district to staff, fully staff its positions in the case of increasing outbreaks. So I think these are.
I don't think that the question for me is term of days. I'm not having it's not the conversation. I've read everything that you can, and I understand that the CDC has moved it from 5 to 10 days. I want to understand isolation, or excuse me, quarantine and contact tracing. I genuinely want to understand what our liability is there. I do.
Our liability is not to necessarily completely follow everything the CDC says. Our liability occurs if we do nothing and don't have a reasonable explanation. So if we do some, but not all, and have an explanation as to why that is okay. Again, my recommendation, and also the other part is that the funding guidelines require us to make changes periodically. The previous plan cannot be set in stone and never changed. Because as we all know, the COVID outbreak has changed with time, both with variants and with new information we see from medical professionals.
Sure, but now I'm facing a mental health crisis of youth, right? And I'm facing that's an epidemic as well, like it's everywhere. And there's a lot of things that have come to fruition from 2 years ago when I sat in a lot of these meetings as a patron, and I've listened about a lot of things that some of these, mitigation strategies were probably going to create, but now we see that they have. And then I'm tasked with trying to understand really where our liability is, right? Because I get it. And I also get that COVID is a real disease. But I really want to understand as that plan changes, like I hope, I'm sorry if I'm not communicating.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you mean by liability because.
Well, so she said the board could be liable, but I'm looking at our old plan and I'm wondering if we should be contact tracing. I'm wondering if we should be quarantining. That's what I'm wondering. I want to know legally if that's something that we have to do to our staff.
You don't have to.
Are you saying
You're
it's best
authorized to? I would recommend it
for staff?
for staff, correct, for those 18 and over.
Okay, can you explain that?
Is it connected to the funds? That's, I think, the question we need to be
that's
asking is, what are we required to
That
do
is-
because we're receiving money?
Right.
We need
that's
to know
where-
that because as our registered nurse, I can tell you right now what is a good thing to do and what is not for a spread of a flu, which is very contagious right now, but it is a very upper respiratory issue that is not causing hospitalization or death. And so it's very concerning to me because I see the mental health issues that this is creating. And what's happening is the solution is bigger than the problem. And right now, we need to know, and the community wants to know, what are we making our students do because of money?
Staff.
It's not about students.
It's staff.
Or staff, but it is trickling to the students because we're closing the schools.
And if I can go back just a little bit, the liability aspect pertains to failing to take reasonable steps under the circumstances to avoid a foreseeable risk of harm.
And who's that
That
directing that?
That's Idaho law. That's negligence law.
Okay.
And if we aren't taking reasonable steps to protect a known risk of harm, then we're negligent, then we're liable. And I believe that's the way Superintendent Keller was using the liability term. So if you know something's going to happen and get someone hurt and you don't prevent that, that's negligence. And so the question here is, if the CDC recommends these to prevent harm to others and we choose not to, we are potentially liable if that risk actually occurs due to our lack of action.
So the CDC becomes our standard.
Highly recommended standard, yes. Because I guarantee you, if you're in a court and board members or the superintendent's going to be asked by an attorney, well, there's a guidance, you didn't do it, and they died. Why didn't you do it? And you're going to have a really good answer to that question, or you're going to be liable.
And so are you recommending that when we read this, and are you asking that we adopt into our plan the full policy as listed? Or only to change?
That you allow us to return staff, healthy staff, after 5 days.
And that's all that you're wanting to change in the plan?
We
And then you want to keep your district guidance as your district guidance, but you're not asking that it be put in a plan.
I think the plan has to be adjusted because this plan current says 10 days.
I understand.
We have to adjust that.
Yep.
If you wanted, if you were CDC and just say 5 days, justify that that's like the CDC. But it is what is keeping our buildings open.
I'm not adjusting or readjusting your time. I get what you're asking. What I'm asking is because there's all of this other language put in with what you have, and our plan is so simplified, and it doesn't bring up even isolation or quarantine. So I'm understanding that that's district best practice at this point. I grasp what you're saying. I'm trying to understand, is that from a liability standpoint, is our attorney recommending that for staff, we should isolate, or excuse me, quarantine and contact trace? Because not all districts are doing that. So I'm asking, is that best practice? Because
They aren't all, that's what the CDC is recommending, and so the question to the board is whether or not you want to follow CDC guidelines and recommendations.
Sure, I get what that question is, but my question to you is, where does that leave us liable as a district? Because we are taking ESSER funds, right? Like, we're gonna take those funds, and right now we're dependent on those funds. I grasp and see that.
Right, and the plan is looked at as a whole, and that's why the recommendation is to make the change to the plan to comply with the current guidelines. And there is no requirement that you comply with everything. You just need to have a plan in place to keep people safe that's based upon some kind of sound medical practice. So you can go with the 5-day quarantine, but you might look at, say, some of the other parts that you don't want to do and have a good reason why, an alternative as to how you're going to keep people safe. Make them wear masks, enforce social distancing. But you can't just ignore it and say, we're just going to get people back together as soon as we can and hope for the best.
Sure.
That's all we're saying.
No, I totally get
If you
it.
don't follow them completely, at least identify some other practices you follow to keep people safe. And the easy ones are masks, social distancing, and washing your hands. Am I making sense there?
Yeah, you are. I'm just trying to figure out if I don't contact trace, or if that's a practice that we're doing and we don't contact trace.
Contact tracing is really probably the lowest on the totem pole of things we would have to do to comply with CDC and be reasonable under the circumstances, because it's a very labor-intensive, difficult process that we probably don't have the resources to do.
What about differentiated between vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals,
That's a medical question.
but no liability?
There is. I mean, some obviously have a greater risk of both contracting the disease, it'll be more serious, and then more likely to spread it.
And if they have knowingly, right, they're 18 or over and they could have been vaccinated at any time and they've chosen not to, do we still fall under that liability because they've chosen not to have the vaccine?
If they don't have the vaccine, then we just follow the guidelines for persons that get in close contact and aren't vaccinated, and then they have higher periods of quarantine than those that are vaccinated, and increased requirements for masks. So in other words,
Vaccinated people are also contagious,
yes, they are.
and they can spread the disease or the flu or whatever you guys want to call it
Right.
at this point. But you guys are speaking a lot of things that I feel that.
And I'm talking about what the CDC is
And the
recommending.
masks do not work either. I mean, there's a lot more to that too, especially in this environment.
Right, and what I'm getting to is recognize healthcare professional recommendations and get sued in court, what's going to prevail, what argument is going to win the day. And if you can say, well, you know, I really don't believe in that because of X, Y, and Z, and then the jury believes you, great. If you
It's
don't.
many years of being in the medical field and working in the hospital.
I'm not disputing you, I'm talking about hypothetical.
Okay, hold on just a second. So I think what's on the table, I think what's been recommended by the superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong, is a simple change. I mean, it sounds, I hate to use the word term simple, but it's moving from the 10 days to the 5 days.
Correct.
That's in compliance, if you will, of what CDC guidelines are. Whether we agree with the CDC guidelines or not is not the discussion.
Exactly.
It is, we need to keep
Correct.
in line with CDC guidelines, so when someone files a tort claim for negligence and they were harmed because of a policy we have, we can say, and I know this may not wash with everybody, but we can point to CDC guidelines or local public health district or whatever.
Got solid
We're
evidence to support.
not gonna rely on the board because we're not medical professionals.
Sure. And I just said, yeah, I'm not a medical professional. I'm asking from a liability standpoint in regards to staff. So that I can make sure that this makes sense in my head. So let's just say that I decided that we weren't gonna contact trace, or like you didn't have to quarantine if we traced you, but you had to wear a mask. Is that what you're saying? Like a 1-for-1 is what you're saying? Is because when I read the CDC guidelines in full, they do spell out that you should, do this when possible, do that when possible. All of those guidance are changing. So is that something that you would say was a fair legal trade-off? If I was like, well, we're not gonna contact, trace, and quarantine.
Right, and that's the key terms there is where possible. Like when I talk about contact tracing, which is very labor intensive, it's just not possible. It's not feasible for the district to do that. So not.
But are we doing it? Are we contact tracing? I understand staff only. I just want to clarify so everybody in this room understands we are only talking about staff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's been really useful with, I should that 50% that year is really helpful for people to identify them, get them out of the building, 24 hours, they test positive, and they contact them, spread it. So we would recommend that we continue our current practice with our staff. Trying to keep the rest of our staff healthy and in the building.
But shortening the return time from 10 to 5.
Right, and what's really essential there is not really short the 5, but they ask you to mask, which is what, and we do distinguish right now between vaccinated and unvaccinated, because that's what the guidance. If they're completely vaccinated and are exposed, they are back to school the next day as long as they choose to mask. If they don't want to mask, we make nobody mask, then they're out for 10 days. We love to bring them back at that 5 days and have them mask.
And you're of the mind that from a legal standpoint that that's good practice because it's a legal perception that right, but then unvaccinated, like if I were to say vaccinated versus unvaccinated, you feel that there's a legal argument there still.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yes, I would prefer to have the case arguing that we followed all the guidelines and they got sick anyways, than saying we didn't follow the guidelines, only followed some, and maybe it's our fault that they got sick. So yes, legally speaking, I prefer to have as many good, sound, scientific, medical arguments as possible.
Let me ask this question in the information that you provided, Superintendent. All students, teachers, this is the section below is the new guidance from the CDC, and right there in that second full paragraph, there's 3 bullet points. The word should is used. If you're not letting staff back into the facility, if they tested or aren't vaccinated, why not just put shall? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
I mean, because should is a suggestion to somebody to wear a mask, not, you can still come back to school and teach, but we suggest that you wear a mask because you're not vaccinated or tested positive.
Again, we work with the Southwest District Health, again, we have those agencies. They would recommend and have told us that our staff needs to be masked, and it's not a big deal. If they choose not to, then they finish out their isolation or quarantine. Most of our staff are comfortable vaccinated.
Oh, I think most of your staff's comfortable to do anything to teach. I think you have phenomenal teachers. I get it.
So what is Trustees, any other comments?
Yeah, please.
What's the protocol with your COVID testing? So say you send a teacher home Are all your teachers, or staff members, teachers included, are they testing, COVID testing regularly, regardless of symptoms, or?
So this district chose not to do any regular testing. So there is no regular testing. However, there are tests available for anybody who wants to use them. And previously, if they wanted to come back off of quarantine, and was exposed, would like to come back at day 6, they can access the test, it's negative, and then we can bring them back if it's actually on day 7. So it's available to them. Anybody that we identify as a close contact, we make sure they have both the rapid test and the PCR test. Don't require them.
So these people don't have symptoms, they just have been around.
It's a combination of some do.
But some don't, and if they've been around somebody because of contact tracing with no symptoms, you're requiring a COVID test. Otherwise, they have to quarantine.
We're not requiring any COVID test at any time.
Okay,
For anybody who would choose not to take it.
but they're gonna have to quarantine, okay. So if you do your contact tracing with your staff and they are found to be in contact with somebody who tested positive for COVID, or do they have symptoms? But anyways, okay, they tested positive for COVID and they were in close contact and their staff member. Do you send them home for 10
Are they
days?
fully vaccinated? And if they are fully vaccinated, the guidance allows us to return them to the classroom as long as they're vaccinated. They stay away from vulnerable populations. So we have worked with some teachers who were with very vulnerable populations. If they are not vaccinated, yes, they do get to begin quarantine.
They begin quarantine. Okay, so they've been in close contact, they haven't been vaccinated, they have no symptoms, they're sent home for 10 days, your staff, which makes them unable to be here to teach. So that being said, are they given a COVID test then? Are they just put on 10-day quarantine?
They are welcome to test at any time. We have to test available. They don't have to.
Are these tests right here available and immediate results?
When to come with, we have both rapid tests and overnight.
And then if it's negative, right away they come back to school to teach?
They are not vaccinated.
Even if they're negative?
They're 5 days of quarantine.
Even if they test negative
Even
for
if they
COVID?
test negative. What if they test negative on day 1 and become positive on day 2?
There's no symptoms and they test negative, so you send them home for 5 days. So as a legal, so for legal purposes, Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
sorry. For legal purposes, are we liable if we are doing, because it sounded to me like you thought that the contact tracing wasn't something that we would have to do and would be free of liability. So if that's the case, it seems like it's causing a lot of absentees and, which is causing closures of schools because teachers are being sent home because they're in close contact to someone. And if they're not vaccinated, they're having to stay home regardless of no symptoms.
For 5 days, yes. That's what the guidance says.
And the vast majority of our teachers are fully vaccinated. Okay? So we are only doing this for folks who, for whatever reason, no judgment, chose not to be vaccinated. The guidance is that we get to help protect them.
Couple of questions quickly, and I don't want to get into a whole lot of detail on it, but just more for morbid curiosity. Why doesn't the school district test everybody on a regular basis?
Would this board entertain that idea and approve that?
I don't know. I asked you the question first.
Can I answer it?
By all means.
Our previous board would not entertain that or approve it. And I don't, my feeling from the feedback from our community over the last few years would not be appropriate, feel that it's appropriate for us to be testing.
Next question to the attorney.
Yes.
Has there been any legislation in Idaho that has lifted or prevented damages from COVID being on businesses and government entities?
For the government entities, as long as you're following guidance, you are not liable. It's only if you basically ignore recommendations and kind of what I call go off on a frolic of your own, are you potentially liable. There is a qualified immunity from COVID litigation, but it's qualified. It's not absolute. So if you go off on a frolic of your own and ignore medical science, then you might lose that qualified immunity and be exposed to liability. So yes, there is a immunity, but it has strings attached to it.
And when you say medical science, you mean the guidelines from the CDC?
The CDC.
Just so I understand what I have.
Yes, that's the easiest answer is following the CDC.
Yeah, and I get, there's a lot of people that disagree with the CDC guidelines. There's people that do agree with the CDC guidelines. And I don't know if this will help kind of, for those that may not understand the situation, but in my line of work, we have policies and procedures. We have policies and procedures here. If we don't follow those policies and procedures and somebody gets hurt, my qualified immunity is a state of is gone.
Right.
Sure.
Because it's something that I have done. And I think that's what you are referring to, is that we need some guidelines, whether we agree with them or not. We can work to change the CDC guidelines if we want.
Well, I think that what it is that there has to be a complete understanding why this board makes any choices to the community pending COVID, because in case you haven't noticed, our entire community almost doesn't agree with CDC guidelines.
I totally get that.
Right, so that's why we're having the
But that's not the
conversation, but I'm
questions I'm answering.
totally, and I don't want you to.
Right.
But I'm just trying to say why this is happening and why I'm having the bigger conversation with you, because we do accept government funds. We don't have a choice. We do accept government funds. We are a government entity.
Right.
And so I do understand that there's a different liability.
And also with regard to the funds is if we don't follow the guidelines, they could take them back.
Sure.
We could lose millions of dollars as a result.
So
That's a choice the board can make.
right, no, I get it. No, I really do appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you entertaining all my questions. I get that it's exhausting. I
My
do.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Trustee Simpson.
I move that we approve the recommendations to change for staff the return date from 10 to 5 days.
Second.
Motion on the table to move the 10 days to 5 days. And that's the only thing, correct? I just wanted to-
Correct, yes.
And it's been seconded by Trustee Kip. Is there discussion on that motion?
Again, just because I want to make sure what you're doing is we're not adopting anything else into our plan that CDC has recommended. That's still going to be district policy, but what we are saying in our actual plan, we're going to take from 10 and make it 5. For staff. Yes, I know that I'm talking about staff. I'm with you. I know, I'm sorry, but yes, staff, I get that. That's what you're suggesting. No more, no less.
That's a motion.
And we're going to continue with your district guidance, which follows the CDC guidelines, differentiates all of those things, correct?
So that actually was not the superintendent's recommendation. That was the previous board's, the reopening plan was the previous board's reopening plan.
Right.
So we're just making changes to the previous boards.
Sure.
And it's
It's just those 1, 2, 3. It's nothing more, nothing less, because our current plan does not contact you.
Correct.
There's a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. On opposed, say no.
Nay.
Ayes have it. So there is two more. So the next item on the agenda is ESSER funding update. With the presentation from, oh, it's still here.
Oh my gosh.
What a trooper.
Thank you.
But hopefully this is a little easier to talk about than the other stuff, so basically what you're seeing right now, I put together a sheet that we prepared for Dr. Taylor and Dr. Russell. to go over exactly what we kind of informed the board before. What I've done is more of an updated, this is what we have spent our money on so far, this is what the plan is, I should say, and the different ideas in the future. Notice on ESSER 3, which is one of the other tabs, there's two parts to ESSER 3. There's one that's a learning loss component and one that's the normal ESSER component. The learning loss, we've got that pretty well planned out because we have a lot of different things we need to do for that. ESSER 3, we have a large chunk that hasn't been allocated yet, mostly because we're not 100% sure what's happening with the supplemental levy. We also were a little bit worried now that worry has been alleviated when the state board chose to go back to average daily enrollment for this year. We do have concern that they are talking about, we'll go back to average daily attendance next year. So we don't know exactly what that's going to do our budget. So we want to make sure we have a little bit of flexibility with our ESSER 3 as well. So.
And I understand that it was more favorable for what they're doing currently, what they had done last year, correct?
Yeah, it basically, are you talking about the switch from average daily enrollment to average daily attendance? To give you an example, exactly what that did for us, our average daily attendance was roughly around the 619 realm with before protection, which would have put us down maybe in the 600 realm. Our budget was 640 average daily enrollment, brought us back up to 675. Now we'll say that amount over 640 is not real yet until because of PISA, but I can go over that a whole other way. We've talked about that in previous other board discussions. But basically what that's done is it made it so we've maintained our budget for this year. Yes. So what we're talking about right now, what will happen at the end of the year is that we'll bring a bunch of revision of what we've actually spent the money on. So you guys will see that, and we'll discuss as well what we're planning on doing for next year associated with those ESSER funds as well. So the plan is ESSER 2 hopefully will be 100% spent this year. There might be a little bit left because spending anything to the exact dollars is somewhat difficult, but we'll be pretty darn low as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions?
Not at this time.
This is not an action item.
It's not an action item, it's just an update.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and we'll try to maintain communication with you guys at the time. So.
And you stay.
I do stay. These are my only two
Oh, you
items that I
got-
can stay. Every meeting.
If you want to walk away and come back.
You know, it was decided a long time ago, if you're talking finances first in the meeting, there's a problem. So I've always been placed at the end of the meeting, so I understand that.
All right, well, you got the monthly budget
Hopefully
status
you will
report.
never have to talk finances at the beginning of the meeting, because if that's the case, I am out the door and I'm in a different job. So we've been there, done that. We don't want to do it again. So what you guys are seeing on the monthly status report, there's two different reports that I give you. One is basically a cash only report, which is a multi-page report with every single fund. You'll see the revenues and expenses on those of what's happened every single quarter. The other one is just a summary of that. The summary also includes our encumbrances. If you're not familiar with what encumbrances are, that's basically what our future obligations are, with most of it is salary and other expenses that we have in a PO format that we've obligated to spend. This is what we've kind of decided to do the last couple of years. I think I've done this, but if there are any other ways you guys want to see it, we're trying to come up with different examples of good ideas and bad ideas. And there's some coming out of the system that I could do really easy and quick, but unfortunately being able to read them is a little bit ridiculous. So we've just tried to make it this way so you guys understand it. Kind of the easiest way to look at it. If you guys have any suggestions, I'm definitely open to that.
I don't have the advanced degree to be offering suggestions.
I thought it was phenomenal. I
Okay.
was like, this is, I mean, it's pretty straight. I mean, there's questions for a bigger conversation of questions I have in general, but no, it looks great, the information looks great.
So one of the things I've usually done in the past with new trustees is I usually get one or two guys together at a time and go over in more detail so you guys can ask that question. So I'm more than welcome, if you want me to get a hold of you or you guys want to get a hold of me, I have no problem. And we can go over any of those details, so you guys can ask those questions. Obviously, if you do more than two, we have to open the
Right.
So, but we would definitely love to entertain.
And it might be better just to maybe have all three of us and notice this a quorum and we can schedule that through the board clerk to
It's
just get
entirely
it all
how you
done at
guys want
once.
to do it. You know, so it just really, sometimes in an open meeting setting, it's harder to ask a question. It would be a format, so it's totally up to you guys on how you want to do it. I'm available for whatever. Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
You know that, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
One more question. You know, I'm gonna call it the Kim Ross question. Anything we need to be aware of? That maybe somebody didn't see. She left.
She left finally. You know, right now, I feel good because of the switch between enrollment and ADA, especially on days like now where we're really having half my daughter's class is sick in East Valley, I swear. So we're good for right now. I don't like the idea that we really have to focus and utilize so much of the ESSER money just to make budget. That is not something we're usually having to do. The state finances are, as much as they say things are great at the state, they typically have not helped us out any right now. They basically think you have all this money in ESSER, you just need to look at that. The issue with that is that it somewhat has to be COVID related. So we're still trying to make sure the things we are doing are COVID related and not just putting it towards budget and savings. So the other issue is I won't even know exactly where our budget ends up until July, which is after the budget year, because of what they've done with our public employee stabilization fund. And so that's the one part that really is it's a bummer, because normally by March I can tell you everything's good. We'll go into the next season and then we'll kind of go from there. And be very glad to get through this COVID world and get to a normal financial world. That's for sure.
Well, this ESSER money is not going to be around forever, but I imagine that COVID is. So I think those are good. That's really, if you're looking into the future, that's what I'm looking at.
Honestly, truly, to me, it's really focused on what our state government does as well. As much as they want to do different things, they have these great ideas. It seems like every dime they give us is a little bit more restrictive. And so everything sounds great until you put it in pencil, and they, hopefully we can get to a different world where that's not so much. As we're trying to do it, I think some more bills are it's going to happen.
We had to take a PPP. It was horrible. I mean, it's like, here's all this money to get you where you need to go. Here's how to do it.
You know what? I think it was great for small business to do that, and it was free money.
Sure. Yeah, kind of. Lots of strings. That's what it is. Like lots of strings when you're working with
exactly.
and not always the most efficient use of expenditure is what I hear.
That's exactly right.
And I appreciate. I want to kind of move through the rest of this, and so we can debate.
Oh, no, I wasn't waiting.
Or have a discussion.
So yes, whatever you guys want to do, get a hold of me and we'll meet up. You guys want to do it individually and for the group, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is policy review. So there's an action item to suspend policy recommendation to suspend policy 1300. I love to.
Here's the essence of it. If we don't suspend it, we're going to hit you with about 75 policies related to students to be used for the next meeting for personnel. And so we would like, that's an intention. It was modified about a year ago, thinking that it would work, but obviously the pattern isn't working. So we would love for you to suspend where administration will come back with a suggestion for the board to review so that it's a more reasonable workload and that we still get through the policy. So we just felt like it would be extremely overwhelming to go that out every January.
That makes a lot of sense. And thank you for that clarification. So the only consequence of suspending this policy is that we're not going to get a bunch of policies to review the next week.
Next week, yeah. So yes, there will be policy.
Okay, there will be policy. Okay, does that make any questions, comments on that? Trustee Simpson?
I move to suspend policy 1300.
Second.
May I speak to my motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I played an integral part on this piece because I felt like we needed to be doing a much better job of reviewing our policies. And hopefully what you did see is that over the course of this last year, we have hit our policies like crazy and reviewed them. I think the part that is some of us as trustees haven't been able to wrap our brain around is that this new meeting in January, typically held in July. And if you look at those dates, like there's nothing in July so just kind of giving us some flexibility in January where we've got 3 brand new trustees and some trainings that we want to do and budget information you want to get, just suspending it and then reworking where might those policies fit in better throughout the year for us to tackle.
That makes sense. Trustee Pearson, did you have a comment? Okay. So it's been seconded by Nick. Trustee Kip, motion by Trustee Simpson, seconded by Trustee Kip. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye, sorry, I'm not an A, I'm an I.
Okay, so 5. Okay, so 5 ayes. Okay, well, it looks like we've gone through. There is legal update. It's next on the agenda. Have you pretty much given your? Please do. Absolutely.
Especially for the new board members, I don't know how familiar you are with the class action lawsuit that's been filed. It's called Zion versus every single school district in the state. And basically they're requiring all school districts to refund all fees that have been paid by all students going back to 2012. It's a lot of money for every district. A district decides it would be in the millions. The good news is that they filed their motion for class certification that has not yet been decided by Judge Windmill. He's given us hand signals that he's not really wild about their desire to make this a class, and we filed our opposition. In the meantime, we actually were able to kind of cut a side deal with plaintiff, and they're only pursuing 3 districts right now actively: Bonneville, Pocatello, and West Ada. So you're not in that list of the 3 actively pursued because they have actual representatives for the class. So we have opposed the motion for class certification, which if their motion is not granted, if they side with us, Nampa will be dismissed. We've also filed a motion to strike their expert reports in support of the motion for class certification. So this has been actually going on since 2010. It's been a very long and arduous process. My partner Brian breaks out in hives every time somebody says Zion. So we're hoping we're getting close to the end, fingers crossed. And the judge will probably be taking up a whole argument in March. And I don't know how long he will take to decide. But Judge Windmill on this case, I think he's getting tired of it also because he's been with it since 2010. So we're hopeful he'll have a decision. So fingers crossed that we get a good result on that class action. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Next item is superintendent comments.
Just wanted to give you a few key talking places next time you run into our local legislators. So the really good news is both the governor's budget and the state superintendent's budget was really favorable for education. There are some places where there could be some miscommunication. So one thing that you might hear is that in the governor's budget and in Superintendent Navarro's budget is that there's $1,000 for every staff member. Not exactly true. There's $1,000 for staff members represented by their units. And so, and it only talks about certified. So eventually, if that gets approved through JFAC, then we'll have to consider how we, or if we honor other employees in our district. And I would just really strongly suggest that this district runs because we have amazing teachers, but we wouldn't run well without the support staff that are with us every day and who are covering classes. So eventually we'll have to struggle with that. That number may not end up being 1,000. By the time we pay benefits, it might only be 833. There are a lot of assumptions that were made in developing the legislation that won't exactly come out accurate. The other thing that you might hear is the governor set aside $105 million to help districts with insurance. This is, again, really good news for us. There's some debate on whether or not we need to use this to jump into the state pool. Currently, the governor has been clear that his idea was that money comes to districts and districts can increase and create more robust insurance policies for themselves. There are still numbers out there. Mr. Dewey's doing an amazing job working across the state at giving some information so that all districts know the buying amount. But we are grateful to the governor. We hate being in the health insurance business every year. And a district the size of Nampa does have some buying power, but our districts like Bliss and Hope and et cetera don't have buying power. Really good news for teacher pay. Probably keeps us at number 50, but it is increasing, and that's an encouraging thing for our staff. And then finally, we're really excited that we actually might see all-day kindergarten funded by the legislature this year. So any opportunity you have when you see our local legislators, those are 4 key items that we would strongly be in support of, and they often need to be reminded that we like those types of things. School closures, just to remind, we did talk with St. Luke's today. They think our peak is still 2 weeks out. Originally, we thought it might be a little bit earlier than that, that we're probably at least 2 weeks out to our peak. Nearly 20% of our staff were out today. 17 out of 24 of our buildings are on our list to check every single day. We started looking last night at 6 o'clock. Our folks are checking during the day. We finally ended up today with 180 staff out. So that grew during the day as people exhibited symptoms and needed to go home. We also are starting to see our student attendance decline. So as you're aware, our student attendance, like the state and the nation, has been off all year long. And so when it goes from where it's been and it dips even further, we are, as Mr. Dewey said, experiencing some classrooms that are fairly empty. Some of our buildings as low as 69%. All of them that we will close tomorrow and Thursday and Friday were the 80% benchmark or lower. Say that one more time, 80% of kids attending. Thank you. And the challenge with that is our teachers are working really hard anyway, and then they get to reteach lessons because of some of their classroom isn't there. We also experienced today for the first time almost 25% of our nutrition services staff. We actually had to move a complete staff over to a building where every single one of their servers and nutrition services people were out sick. So another decision in making another thing that played into those decisions. I just want to give a shout out to our staff. I want to thank Cody and his staff. He has 7 people out positive with COVID. So he is down 7 people. And their team was here this afternoon working to make sure that we could stream and have a reasonable chance that it was going to work. So they have done an amazing job. I want to thank Mr. Beats. That set behind you, Mamma Mia happens in February. You should come see it. He was incredibly gracious and changed, and we hate to do this, changed some student schedules as they were working to do this in order to accommodate us in this auditorium tonight. And then all the way around, and I hope I've said this in every email that I've shared with you, we have amazing staff who are doing amazing things. And we just need to recognize that they're tired. They aren't getting their preps. They're taking on other classrooms in their building. And they continue to grace us with the ability to love on our kids and do their very best in moving forward in instruction. So any chance that we can get to give them some accolades, I'm sure that would be well received.
Great, thank you. If I might ask a question to Superintendent, the staff that are in the schools that are closed, could you please explain? I get most of it, but I was reading something in the master contract that I wanted to question about, but what happens to those staff? I mean, it sounds like an easy question to answer, like where do they go? There's more to other schools. I think that's what a lot of the questions that have been posed to me.
Sure. So we've tried a variety of things, and I think that we've learned something new from each thing. Early on, we did take that staff and place them in buildings with openings. The issue with that is buildings with openings probably have COVID present in them. And early on, people were getting sick and people were really ill.
Okay, excuse me, I apologize for my interruption. That being the case, so instead of putting teachers in those buildings, we'll try to bring in a bunch of subs from the community and put in those buildings. So
substitutes get to make the choice. They can work or not work for us.
So
and you are right that our contract tells us that if we are ever in a situation where we need additional certified staff members, we can ask folks, but it is a voluntary assignment and they can turn us down.
And so that's the question I have right there. So the master contract, should it be necessary to request substitute service from any other certificated professional employee? Here's my question. Otherwise engaged in the performance of his or her duties, the assignment shall be voluntary. What does otherwise engaged mean?
So I have to tell you that that language wasn't written for the COVID generation.
Right.
So what its intent was.
Nonetheless, here we are.
Right, what its intent was is we have 3 fourth grade classrooms. And we end up with 2 of those 4th grade teachers out, and we need some coverage, or we need teachers to be able to take half. Our administrators work with our teachers, and they and most cases our teachers are very willing to do that.
Absolutely.
And they willingly do that. We are currently paying them using ESSER funds. It's one of those things. So otherwise engaged, they are teaching already, and they're taking on some additional responsibilities to help us. At a middle school, at a middle school voluntarily, instead of 5th period where they get to do their planning and prep, they're actually covering another class and teaching that class.
Okay.
That's what that statement is.
So if the school is closed, students aren't in that building, those teachers are not otherwise engaged, then why aren't they in another building teaching?
Again, I think voluntary is really key, and I think it's
No, it
the
says
heart.
the
I
voluntary
think it's
part
the
comes-
heart of the agreement and the intent as we
I
sit
get
down
it.
across from our teachers.
Superintendent, with all due respect,
Right.
I understand that. But
And-
we are in desperate times.
And all of our teachers do have responsibilities when we close a building. Some of them are connecting with students.
That's what I would like to know more about.
Some of them are doing additional work, talking about where our students are at and making sure that they're ready for when they come back, closing those gaps. Some of them are being reassigned because they volunteer to go to other
And
classrooms.
compensated accordingly.
And compensated accordingly.
So, yeah, and I think that that's a difficult thing for me to, I'm trying to wrap my head around that, otherwise engaged. So somebody's teaching a class, the school closes, they go home. Yes, they can, and I'm speaking very generally, and I mean no disrespect to any of our staff, because I know that they are just doing whatever is being asked at this point. But if a teacher goes home and they are doing those things that you mentioned, like supporting students or a report or whatever, does that take up the whole school day? when they could be in another school. So that's the otherwise engaged phrase that I have question about.
So I guess each time we learn something new, we are adding and trying to figure different things out. We're doing our very best to balance the expectations that we have for our teachers, and helping them understand that they are professionals and they aren't just people that we move and shuffle and say you're going here and there. So it is a balance for us, doing the very best that we can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments?
I'm going to speak as a teacher, that any day that you can work on other things and planning and preparing, like that is valuable time. And so you may not see the direct results of that, but like I know if I add that time, I'm usually working at home, even any days that I take a sick day or a personal day, there's always work that I'm doing still for work. So I just want to kind of make sure people realize, like, it doesn't look like it because you don't see them and you don't have kids necessarily directly in front of them, but there is always work to be done as a teacher.
And I have no doubt.
educator.
I mean, I watched my wife who was substituting, and I thought she was nuts. I mean, because she would work into the wee hours. So I do appreciate that. Again, though, it comes back to keeping those schools open, and it may not be the best situation. Obviously, it's not the best situation, but I'm just thinking, what else can we look at to keep schools open? So that was just one thing that I was looking at. What does that term mean? It seems very nebulous, otherwise engaged, and what that might be. So that's why I brought that up. I appreciate your comments, Superintendent, and absolutely agree with you that our staff are top notch and they're doing whatever we can. But I think we always need to keep looking at other things, keep schools open. Any other comments? If not being, we will move to board self-assessment. Oh, no, you're right. No, I skipped right over because I was talking. So let's move to trustee comments. Go ahead. Yes, trustee. Any? Okay. Oh, I thought you.
I just wanted to make sure we could opportunity.
I do got a couple of those, and I'm glad Tracy Taylor, we might go back on that. So again, I mentioned this a little bit starting out, but this meeting will change a little bit as far as just administrative functions more than anything else. We follow Robert's rules, kind of it's a modified Robert's rules. So there will be things like using mics. I want to make sure everybody hears what's being said. Anybody who speaks addresses the board, addresses the chair, recognizes the chair, addresses whatever. I mean, those are just simple things in these modified in these Robert's rules that we will learn as we move down. I don't expect them obviously to happen or change over time in the next month or so. But I do want to make sure that we're hearing what is said. I totally respect anybody who chooses to wear a mask, but we want to make sure that their mics so everybody can hear. One thing I do want to add, and I don't know if we're doing this, please forgive me, Tammy, but are we recording these audio on a digital recorder or anything like that? It's just done on YouTube. Okay. So I would also like to discuss maybe getting a little digital recorder recording these too. So, and anything else will come up in later meeting. So.
I do. So as I sat here tonight, first of all, thank you everybody who's still here and listening with us. I know that it's broadcasted over YouTube. I do see how hard our teachers and staff are working. It's our entire community that's in that same position. It's nothing for me to have a Monday where 10 people are just gone and everybody that I know is running to do something, that's not their job or doesn't even sometimes live in their wheelhouse. So I empathize with how that really plays out, not on the scale of how you're feeling it at the district or even on how somebody may be feeling it at that school district, but we do grasp it. We see hundreds of people per day. It's a little bit difficult when you may just have to close and you're not open and they're not sure why. So I just want to make sure that the community understands that I see us as a whole. I realize that it's not just when schools close, teachers and staff are struggling, they are. I realize that we're struggling too. I'm just committed to the conversation continuing. I realize that COVID changes fast. I realize that we need to be at pace with our protocols for accepted science as it continually gets accepted. I'm just committed to our community, and I just want everybody to know that I'm committed to our community as a whole. We are one community. That's it.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else, we'll move to the next item, which is board self-assessment. I've seen this in action a couple of times. What's the?
I haven't, because it's been at least a year since I've done it, so board chair gets reprieve. I'm sure, as you know, I gave us we have things to work on. And I even think myself, I'm still a rookie at this whole trustee thing. Myself, I'm just in my second term. So 60% of our board is brand new, 40% are still relatively new to this job. And there's a lot, it entails a lot. And it's super hard and important because we're talking about kids. I mean, and that's what we're all here for. So I happily gave us an overall needs improvement, because I think we always can grow and get better. And there are some things that I think we need to quickly get a little bit better at, but I feel we're on our way. And I don't foresee any problems there, but I did give us an overall needs improvement.
Yeah, I mean, if it would anything other than that, I'd be surprised.
Right, yes.
All right. Okay, there's one last item on this public agenda, which is the ISBA Day on the Hill. This was added late. All I saw was a registration form. I glanced at it. Is there anything? That's all. Okay. All right. We'll work with the board clerk on that. So, okay. That is all on the agenda. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn into executive session.
I motion that we adjourn into executive session.
So it has to be a little more formal.
I motion that we adjourn into executive session, personnel issue and student discipline issue. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Nampa School District number 131 recess from a public meeting into executive session in the manner and for the purpose authorized by section 74206 Idaho Code to discuss matters pertinent to this district, specifically subsection 1B. To consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student.
Second.
Second.
Okay, no roll call vote. Trustee Candy, did you do the roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. That.
So, yeah.
Okay, so we're back from an executive session and I will call for a motion.
I move that we instruct our legal counsel to negotiate on the personnel matter that was discussed this evening.
Second.
It's been motion and second. Is there a discussion on the motion? Which I just have one clarifying question,
No,
Nope.
personnel, so no discussion.
which is there's no discussion on the matter.
Sorry, can I amend my motion
Thank
slightly
you.
to include the board chair in those discussions as well?
Legal counsel and board chair.
Yes. Do you still second? I don't know who seconded it.
Yes, second.
Yeah, still second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?